Hello everyone, I am Tasta and welcome to day 86 of Brighter Shores live stream. So today, what are we going to be doing? We have returned to the forest, and honestly at this point, now that we got 100 in all of Hopeport, we are probably not leaving until we get 200 for Hope Forest. Of course, we won't be getting that today. Our main goal for today is to get out of tier 3. With the main goal today being to go get 10 levels so that we can get to tier 4 woodcutting. I did do a little bit off stream, as you may see. We are a little bit higher than before. We were at 102 and 100 before, which means we got 12 woodcutting levels and 5.5 carpentry levels off stream, which not too bad. Actually a bit more than I was expecting to get. We pretty much skipped all of Juniper on stream, which is kind of crazy. Because the Junipers were really AFK with how they cycled, so I was like, oh, you know what? This will be kind of better off-stream than on-stream, so I was like, oh, there we go. And I kind of overkilled it, and yeah, we pretty much skipped all of Juniper. We're still having a few more to do carpentry too, but given that these are one and done, shouldn't take that long. I think what we have left is like an hour, and then, yeah, then we go back all into woodcutting then. Because most of the stream is going to be woodcutting. Even though we're going to be starting carpentry, a good majority of the stream is going to be woodcutting. As the main goal is just to get the woodcutting component done. We'll see if we can get to the next carpentry component. The biggest issue, and why we probably won't be doing it today, even though we will be dumping all knowledge into it today, is I'm not sure if we scrap together 110 carpentry by the time we hit 125 woodcutting. Because if we don't, then, yeah, there's probably end of goal. Because the amount of extra time we'd have to go just to go and knowledge that thing up is not a short duration if it doesn't get all the way. It should. I'm not sure, though. We got to get to 110. We got, like, 106.5 banked. By the time we get the knowledge in, that's 107. I'm just not sure if 10 woodcutting levels gets us, like, 3 levels of knowledge into carpentry. I don't think it does. 12-hour carpentry stream? No, this isn't the 12-hour carpentry stream. Not yet. I'm still not sure if we're going to have an instance where that does happen. If it does happen, it's all the way near the end of the grind, where we go and push all the way to 200 woodcutting while our carpentry's still only like 150 or something. Because that's the issue that we have today, in that we're in a bit of a weird in-between where we don't have enough to get to the next tier. So this is likely what's going to happen with woodcutting carpentry near the end as well when we hit tier 4, where our carpentry is far behind where our woodcutting needs to be. Or sorry, our woodcutting's way ahead of where our carpentry is, leading to a situation where we have a lot of logs, but not the carpentry level to process those logs, which is very likely to occur, where we have like 200 woodcutting and then like 160 or 170 carpentry is likely what would happen at the end. And then is when we go all in on carpentry. But no, this is not the 24-hour, 12-hour, whatever carpentry stream, no worries. I think in total this stream, I'm pretty much just doing an hour. What you see right now at the beginning of the stream is pretty much all the carpentry we're probably doing today. As soon as I get every single log out of this bank, that's probably it. Everything else will just be woodcutting, as far as today is concerned. I'll still be poking it more off-stream. But the main goal today is to get woodcutting to tier 4. And then just sort the carpentry tier 4 off-stream. As we have to do a lot of random things to get there. Most of which will be pretty AFK. As it's mostly just doing things to dump knowledge into carpentry. Which could be absolutely anything, of course. I haven't really been utilizing the AFK raid dens, though. Normally a lot of my AFKs have been a little bit more active. Like, for example, I was doing the woodcutting AFK last night. And by AFK, I mean actual active activity, you know, active AFK. There's so many different forms of AFK in this game. But, you know, not the passive activity, but the, like, the act of doing it just barely. Like, I was just clicking on 5 trees, then going away for, like, a minute, and then clicking on 5 trees, then going away for a minute. And one thing that's really nice about junipers is the junipers are 0 tile away from a bank. You actually walk right by the bank when you do the cycle for the 5 trees. So it is a 0 tile bank. So there's pretty much no point in dropping them to the ground. As, yeah, it's quite literally 0 tile. You still have to wait for the animation and everything, which I guess is slightly slower than drop all. But it is quite literally a 0 tile bank, which is so nice. The only thing that isn't nice is the carpentry XP. That's the big problem with them. The carpentry XP is very low. You're disappointed we're not doing the 12-hour carpentry stream. We will at some point. At some point during this grind, we will get what will almost be a 12-hour carpentry stream. I could actually probably tell you exactly when it's going to be, too. Well, maybe not date-wise. But, let's see. Would it be right here? Let me see. Where's the bramble? Yeah, it'd probably be right here in this area. When I was saying like 170, I think it was right. It's somewhere in like this area right here where we're gonna have like a huge backlog of logs, but not the carpentry level to go with those logs. Somewhere's in all that mess is where it's gonna happen. Where I won't have the carpentry level to go to like Suave, for example, which is actually exactly the issue we're having now. Because it's a similar thing at the lower range too. Where we don't have the carpentry to do Suave because junipers do not give as good XP. And I'm just camping junipers instead of polars. Because polars are so hard to bank, even though they're better carpentry XP. But these are better, like, everything XP. But the problem is you get a lot less carpentry out of these compared to junipers. I mean, compared to poplars. So, this is when we'll have the dead area. So I was actually right when I said 170. But, yeah, this is where the other dead area would be. Where we'd have to do a ton of carpentry. So that would probably be it. I'm trying to think where else it could really happen. Because the two things that bring that back down a lot is the 152 brambles, we bank no carpentry. And then, which is only for 5 levels, but still 5 levels. And then the poplars we're skipping for the lower carpentry junipers. So there's going to be 2 somewhat dead areas combined together. That will likely lead to a dead zone where we're going to have to do a ton of carpentry in a row. You've been waiting for it. There is also one other time when we would technically have to do it. If we don't do it by the 200 grind, let's say we do a bunch of off-stream grinding and everything else, I will have to do it for post-200. There is one instance where there'll be a 100% chance we are going to have to do a 12-hour carpentry stream, and it is once we have 200 all skilling, and we don't feel like, if we want to take a break from, like, mining smithing, one thing that we need to go do is get to 208 woodcutting and 216 carpentry. So all of the pines that we get from the, where is it? At 197. All the pines that we get from the 200 to 208 from the 197 pine logs, that is going to probably be over 12 hours of carpentry. Or a number pretty close to that. Because if you multiply that out, you know, every level post 200 is 4 levels, which is basically what it is. That's 8 levels, or, you know, 8 post 200 levels, which is 32 levels. That is 32 levels of logs we would have to go and carpentry. Which I'm pretty sure is like 10 plus hours. It's something absurdly high. I'm not sure the exact amount of time. But it is not a short duration, that is for sure. That is probably when the full day carpentry stream would occur. It's when we go for the 208 woodcutting, 216 carpentry push. And the only reason for that is just so we get all tier 5s. Or sorry, tier 4. That'd be all tier 4s at that point. Where's that tier 5? No, 4, 5. I don't know. Numbers. Yeah, that's all tier 5 except for you. That's what that is. That would be every tier 5 in the game except for you, tier 5. Which is why we'd want to go for it. Not counting the ones for, what's it called? For bone right, because those don't matter as much, like the juniper and everything. But it'll be every single tier 5 that you need for stonemason and smithing. Aside from the U-pole, which is way too deep. It's at like 310. And 315, I think, for carpentry or something absurd. But aside from U-pole, we'll have access to every tier 5 at that point that is related to smithing or stonemason. Aside from U-pole. Well, we should only have about half an hour or so of these. And then back to woodcutting, because our main goal today is just to get 125 woodcutting. Nothing too ambitious. That's because we already did so much grind off stream. My original goal was going to be to go from like 102 to 115. But I kind of did that already off stream. I really went hard on grinding last night. I was just watching a bunch of stuff while just clicking them. And number went up really quick. Just because it's like a perfect loop AFK. And the bank is 0 tile away. So it's really, really easy just to spam click the screen. And just get a ton of XP. That's nice. I honestly miss junipers. I can't wait till we get to them again. We don't get back to junipers until... I think they might be my second favorite. Only behind the a pine. The pine is very active, though. You can't AFK the pines. But, yeah, we don't get back to them for a while. Where are they? Where's my next juniper? Yeah, we don't get it again till 157. So we do get it one more time before max. We get, well, at least one of everything one more time before max. As well as a couple twice. But the main goal today is to get to tier 4 woodcutting. Which I might actually do a lot of when we do that. Like the ash planks. Mostly because that's going to be needed to make 199 shields. And unless they completely overhaul how the rarity curve works, 199 shields are going to be really good. It's going to probably be one of the few times we actually camp the ash tree rather than even touch the oak. Even if it's slightly worse XP for both, though it is technically slightly better woodcutting, slightly worse carpentry. But even though it's slightly worse carpentry, leading to our carpentry debt that we're going to increasingly keep having, even though it's slightly worse carpentry, the actual log we get from it we really need, is that's our shield upgrade for the rest of the time. If we will ever want like an easy shield upgrade. Especially if you don't go that much into armor proficiency. Also, hello B, welcome. Because if you don't go deep into armor proficiency after the rework, you're probably only going to be able to wield like 140 armor, 200 armor, somewhere around there. So be able to make a bunch of 199s to make like a perfect 4-star shield. It's going to be pretty nice. Having a lot of spears fat. And even otherwise, the rarity curve with how it is, you know, it goes up to 199. So if they don't modify that after the changes and everything, that would mean that you'd be able to go and be able to get easier material for an upgrade. So if you need like a 300, you'd make 2 199s, and then, you know, the other one would be higher off of smithing, so on and so forth. So that's pretty much our game plan for that. It's one of the reasons why we went for 200 as well, aside from 200 all, of course. But also because the power of the 199, which technically is a 260 after the patch, so 260 goes beyond the rarity curve unless they're modifying where the rarity curve is. It's something they haven't really said yet. Because currently the rarity curve is 0 to 19, 20 to 199, and then everything 200 plus. But we don't know if those curves are switching at all after the rework when we get a free plus 60. Because the 0 to 19 level range is basically irrelevant with the plus 60. As you'd immediately be able to build stuff like, you know, like level 40, 50, 60. Like you pretty much just skip right over needing to make a 19. So I'm not sure what they're going to do to change that, if they're going to at all. It's something that hasn't been mentioned yet. Like many things related to the combat rework. Like all of the info related to the combat rework, we probably know like 20%. Everything they've mentioned has just brought up more questions than answers. As far as missing details. But we'll know in the next, hopefully, month or so. When's combat rework? Soon, hopefully. Soon. Fingers crossed. But no, we have no clue. Could be next week, could be next month, could be months from now. Could be tomorrow. But yeah, we have no clue. But yeah, I feel like most of the game is just waiting on it on this point. I know I am. I was someone was mentioning it during the woodcutting grind as well, and everyone in the room was like, same. I think like half the player base is just waiting on the combat rework, if not more. I was making the joke earlier off stream to someone that the game is basically waiting for combat rework simulator. Is basically the current state of Brighter Shores. Everyone's just grinding whatever until combat rework. Either for the combat rework or just because, you know, just grinding whatever. And then when the combat rework comes, obviously, almost everyone's going to be switching over to it to some degree. Either for a day or for a week or for a month, or in our case, like 4 months or 3 months. Because I am considering the 500 all combat. I know right now these numbers don't look like it, but I am very considering it for a couple reasons. But one of the biggest ones is the money. If we enable trading, the amount of money we would get from scrapping stuff from drops, as well as selling the 3 stars and 4 stars that we don't need, or just giving them out on stream, is like so high. Like that will get us loaded for any grind we ever want to do, ever. Like we can get level 50 tools like they're nothing. We can go and even buy material for various skills if we really needed to. Like we want to do that for builder and just buy a bunch of stuff to like expedite it a little. Stuff like that. Or save a bunch for future content as well. Which I guess in the case of Chapter 5, that would be future content. But, yeah, that's pretty much my game plan. We're still going to pull it at some point, though. Just want to pull it after the combat rework. Like, we're going to make that determination after 200 all. Like, true 200 all. Like, actually getting the combats up. But I'm not doing that till combat rework. But once we have 200 guards, scout, and minefighter, we will make the determination how many we are 500ing. And it's either going to be 1, 2, or 4. There is not going to be a 3 option. Because at 3, you might as well just do 4 at that point. But the options will be the one that we're definitely 100% doing regardless, which is Chronopolis 500 with Detective 500. That is happening regardless. That's like the bare minimum of combat we'll be doing. But then the other option is all member areas, which would be Minefighter plus a watch person. And then, of course, there is the Mega option, which is literally just 500 every combat, starting from guard and working our way down. Hey, we'll eventually do that poll. I was even considering doing that poll today, but I opted not to. Because I'm curious if people are wearing armor or not, because I feel like I see so many people never wearing any armor. Or if they are, they might just be wearing like a few pieces or something, like just the helm from like the Forest, a Guardian thing. But so far the poll is at 100% people wearing full armor. Because I do the same. I don't even bother with the hats anymore, though I do consider wearing a hat as still full armor. If you're wearing all armor and a hat, that's still full armor. I mostly specified it for the no armor one because I consider, you know, if you're wearing the hat but wearing nothing, like I still consider that no armor. Like this guy in the black Santa hat right here, like that's no armor still. Like he's wearing a hat, he's wearing a cape, but that's, you know, no armor currently. Yeah, no update this week, which means big update soon. SoonTM. Because they're working on all the bigger stuff. Honestly, no update's almost more of a good sign than a bad sign. The last time we haven't had no update for this long, not counting, you know, when they were away for the holiday, was when they end up dropping leaderboard, I believe. Like, generally, whenever they're gone for this long, they're prepping something really, really, really big. Oh, sorry, what was your question? What time did you stay up to grinding? I have no clue. I think I went to bed at like 2 or 3 a.m. I know it wasn't 4 something because I wasn't able to take the dailies until this morning. Because my daily reset at like 4:30. But I definitely went to bed before then. So I think I was up till like 3. But I also did some this morning when I woke up. I woke up around 9 something, 10 today. And I've been farming for like the last 2 hours even before the stream. Yeah, special attacks and combat rework. Because they're both likely coming at the same time at this point. Like, combat rework and special attacks are basically conjoined at this point. And that they're both going to be happening at the exact same time. Because I can't see how they could do one without the other at this point with how they're structuring it. Like, they basically both have to happen simultaneously. It's one of the reasons that might delay the combat rework a little bit more. Is they basically have to implement the entirety of special attacks at the same time of implementing the entirety of the combat merge. Due to the fact that the combat merge would incorporate buffs for special attacks and stuff like that. So you kind of need to have them both together at the same time, which is a lot of work. An entire special attack system, all the animations you need for that, as well as making the skill tree system work, make sure there's no bugs, and, you know, just completely overhauling combat, basically. Like, when they're overhauling combat, they're, like, complete nuking it, and just restructuring it from scratch, basically. It's gonna be nearly unrecognizable compared to now. For better or for worse. Though, honestly, it can't be worse. It might be more complicated, but it can't possibly be worse than what it is now. Do more grinding off stream? I've been trying to. It's one of the reasons why the stream has been a little bit shorter. Because we're starting to get into some of the really, really, really tedious grinds. Like, after we 200 all, our grind is like, okay, let's just go for the casual 500 mining smithing grind. You know, that one over 1 month long grind. Where we literally lock ourselves to the mines of Matubin clicking on a bunch of rocks. Some of those rocks don't even give us smithing XP. Like the next one at 247. Doesn't even give us any smithing XP at all. At least not until trading comes out. Because then we can trade these for platinums. Or just trade them out for money. Or send them over to the alt account to hold on to for when it gets that Hive of Stonemason. Oh, that reminds me too. Next week, the 2 alts should be done with, what's it called? Lost and Found. They're nearly done with Lost and Found. They should have it done by, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, based on current trajectory. Unless I manually train them some. But yeah, Tuesday or Wednesday of next week they should be done. And then they can start AFKing to 500 Bone Right and 500 Stonemason. And then after that, I'll probably do them to 500 Alchemy and the other one to 500 Carpentry. Obviously, the Guardian taking the 500 Carpentry one. I mostly want to put them on production skills that I don't plan to do anytime soon on my main account. That are still useful, but not ones that we're getting on the main. Alright, only 100 left. We're almost there. Unfortunately, we are going to be a bit short, though. Because we need level 110 Carpentry, and at most, this is going to get us like 107.5. You want to team me in top 5 leaderboard? Oh, that would never happen. Maybe once chapter 5 comes out, we could try to get that high. But there's not a single leaderboard where we could possibly get top 5 on right now. Total level's not going to happen unless everyone at the top quits, because they're already playing more than us and are already like hundreds of hours ahead of us. So we'd have to be playing more than like 16 hours a day. If not even more than that. Because not only do we have to play as much as them, but we also have to be playing at least like 10-20% more than how much that is. Which for some of them, that's more time than there is in a day. If they're going for like 22 hours or something. But as far as skills that we're closest to, top 5 almost is even possible soon for some. Like if we did all in mining smithing, maybe smithing 5th place we can make. I do feel like, you know, one thing I do actually realistically want to go for though. I do kind of want to go for top 20 smither. I don't think we can make top 20 miner, but who knows, maybe we can. But I think we can make top 20 smither. Top 20 miner is doable. The guy who's in 5th place smithing is in 20th place mining. It's not too bad. We're like 100 levels behind, which is a lot. But if we really power grinded only that, it's definitely possible. I don't really care too much about a top position, though. It would be cool to have, but I generally wouldn't do anything that would hamper our, like, overall progress. Like, I would never drop, like, a tier 5 or tier 6 material to the ground just for better XP rate for a gathering skill. You're just wasting too much value. It's something I still find crazy how many people have done that. Who, like, rush leaderboard, like 500 mining or 500 gather or something. But they drop, like, every single last thing to the ground. I don't understand how you can do that. Like, tier 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. It's like, okay, yeah, I can understand that. But how on earth do you drop tier 5 on the ground? And especially tier 6. If you're gonna bank at least one thing, at least bank all your tier 6s. Because, gosh, that is crazy if you actually drop all of them. Like, in some cases, you're dropping over, like, 5 to 10 gold worth of stuff per hour. Depending on what gathering skill you're doing and what material you're doing. It's crazy how high you're dropping. Because when Delver comes out, I don't plan to drop anything post 200. Some of the stuff pre 200, probably. Unless it's builder material that we need. But anything for, like, Gatherer, I'll probably drop. Like, for the 7% pots, the 6% pots, the 5% pots. And when I say Gatherer, I mean Delver. Like, anything from, like, the XP pot kind of things, I'll probably drop. But all the builder material is probably being kept regardless of tier. And everything post 200 we probably have to keep. Especially the potion supplies, because you do need it for the end of alchemy. And I mean the end of alchemy. Like literally the final level, 30 levels of the skill. No, I do feel like alchemy might be reworked soon. They're either going to have to rework alchemy or add alchemy part 2. There's really no other option. One of the two has to happen. They either have to do a very, very large restructuring of alchemy or add another skill by like chapter 6 or 7 or something. Likely chapter 6. Because currently the way that it's set up is scaled only to work up to chapter 5. Which works for now, because, you know, chapter 5 is not even out yet. But it becomes a problem for chapter 6. Also, I do have a plan for all this gold that we have, by the way. I need to go get a level 10 soul. So we actually do have a purpose for all this gold. I forget how much it is, but we should have enough. If we're slightly short, I guess we'll do a cooking run while we're there. Because I'm going to need that for level 120 woodcutter. Which is what we're heading to next. We're going to go do Suavies for 5 levels. And then after the good old Suaves, we're heading over to U. And then we're doing U until 125. And that's pretty much our end goal for the stream. Get to 125 woodcutting so we can get to tier 4. And then off stream, I do whatever push we need for carpentry to get there. Because right now I can't even do the Suaves. The Suaves are at 110. And we do not have 110. This number does not say 110, it says 107. Which is a very big problem. Because we needed to say 110. But it currently does not. But I have almost nothing in the bank to make it go up. And I don't have the money to be buying stuff. Because we dumped everything onto alchemy. What level is my pickaxe? Level 30. I don't think... we did some math on it. I don't think I'm getting it above 30. We did a bunch of math on it. And I think I'm stopping at 30. I was considering like the 40 or 50 upgrade. But after a bunch of deliberation, I'm probably just keeping it at 30. At absolute most, I would go for 40 though. But I think by the time I want to go do the grind, I'm not going to have the money to invest into a 30. I mean, into a 40. And we're definitely not going to have it for a 50. It's just not worth it. You saw me in the mines last night. You pushed it to crawl position at the snakes. You said hi. Oh, yeah. I saw you there earlier. I think I was on Steam Deck, so I don't think I said hello back. But yeah, I was doing the... Actually, that was technically in the morning, not at night. Because I did that this morning, 2 hours ago. And we went and did the venture. Oh, wait, or maybe that was that time last night then. Wait, no, it couldn't have been. No, that was this morning. Oh, no. Oh, I was there for the smithing AFK. Never mind. That was when I was going to bed, I think. Because I've been doing the smithing AFK every single day. I'm not sure if I've been mentioning it or not, but if any of you guys are wondering what we've been doing for our AFK activity every single day, it's a smithing AFK. The propaldium jewelry. Soon to be the other propaldium jewelry. But, yeah, we just keep doing smithing AFK. It's very costly, but we need number up for the eventual 500. Is this something really important to have before the combat rework if there's enough time to do it? Is be able to make 3-star 500s is very, very strong. And if trading is out, we'll be able to make 4 stars as well. As we'll be able to buy the other 2 components. Might be a little costly, but it's probably worth it. Especially with weapon proficiency. Because you might be able to wield a level 500 weapon by like level 300. Or even 250. Because if you have 300 combat, that doesn't mean you can wield up to 300 starting after the update. You might be able to wield all the way to a 500. If you have enough weapon proficiency off the skill tree. Your armor might suffer a little. Like, we might only be able to wear, like, 200-something armor. But I'll be able to wield a 500-something weapon. Or, you know, quite literally a 500 weapon. 500 weapons value go up, like, crazy after the patch. We don't know exactly what level range you'd be able to get through there in the skill tree, though. But there's a possibility by, like, level 200 or 300, if you just beeline straight for a better weapon, you might be able to go wield a 500 weapon. Around 200 to 300 level. Which is huge if so, because that gives a lot of value to 500 weapons that they did not previously have. It does kind of invalidate almost every other weapon, though. Not literally, because you're still going to have to use some throughout your progression. But basically, the second you can wield a 500 weapon, you should be wielding a 500 weapon. We just don't know what level range you'd be able to do that at. Like, how much weapon proficiency you'd be able to... Like, what's the lowest level that you'd be able to skill tree for 500 is what we don't currently know. It could be 150, it could be 200, could be 300, could be 400. But it's some number lower than 500. You do not need 500 combat to wield a 500 weapon after the patch. I said, hello, Zipara. Oh, yeah, I've been enjoying the grind. I've still been having a lot of fun with the game. We've been slowing down a little bit, but honestly, not really. Like, as far as how much we've been streaming, I've been slowing down. But our playtime, I think it's still 160 hours. Let's see. If it's below 160 hours, we've been slowing down. If it's above 160 hours, we're still at the same rate or higher. Yep, 167. We're still going strong. I just haven't been streaming as much of it just because we're kind of in, like, the grind central at the moment until the combat rework. Because all we have now is, like, mega grind, mega grind, mega grind. 500, 500, super mega grind. Like, we'll still be streaming. I just won't be streaming the whole grind every single day. Kind of like how we have been somewhat in the past. We're still going to be streaming every day, though. Though it will be gone on the 17th and 18th of next month. Oh, not like gone. I'll still be, like, locally here, but... getting some work done on the house from hurricane damage. So we're getting, like, pretty much the whole floor of the house replaced. Which means I cannot be here. So we're renting out, like, a hotel for 2 days. gonna feel weird being a hotel again. I haven't actually... It's actually kind of ironic. Because the last time I was at a hotel was also because of a hurricane. It was actually the hurricane that even caused the damage to begin with. And now I'll be at a hotel because some of that is being fixed today. Or not today, but on the 17th and 18th. I believe those are 2 dates. I need to double check later. I marked it on my calendar thingy, but I don't have it next to me. You want to see how the level 50 pickaxe works? It does the same thing. The only thing that a level 50 pickaxe does is it gives you 4% more XP than what we're getting now. It doesn't do anything unique. That's actually something that was asked during the Q&A, and they unfortunately said no. The question was, will there ever be extra benefits to enhancing tools beyond what they currently have? And they actually said no to that, unfortunately. They said yes to weapons and armor and stuff like that. Like, be able to enhance them with various effects and extra buffs and stuff. Almost like affixes and other similar things. But they did say that tools are probably not getting any. Which is kind of disappointing. Because once you hit level 500, an upgraded tool means nothing. Doesn't matter if you had a level 0 tool or a level 50 tool or a level 100 tool or whatever it goes to. They're all the same once you have 500. It's one of the reasons you tend to only go to like about 25 on each one. Because the tool has no post 500 viability. And 25 is just a sweet spot where you get a lot of value from it relative to cost. Because that's when it starts giving you more, less XP per upgrade. So for the first 25 levels, it gives you 0.4% XP. Then from 26 to 50, it gives you only 0.2% XP. And then everything above 50, you should never, ever, ever do because it only gives 0.1% XP. Which is basically nothing. Alright, the final logs. Oh, wait, actually, I still need to go do the poplars, though. After we finish out these. I didn't have the level for it earlier, but now we do. I think it was 104. But now we do. I only grabbed 44 of them, though. Or 22, one inventory. Which is 44 by product. I do want to bank those. Because I have 0 of them banked right now. Excuse me. You did a level 40 pickaxe, and you regret those 10 extra levels? Yeah, I was doing the math on it earlier. We were doing that the other day. On if I should get my 30 to 40 or my 30 to 50. And after doing the math, I've actually decided just to keep it at 30. The math just doesn't math. Like, 30 is the absolute maximum you could really go. Before the diminishing return just outweighs what you could use the money on otherwise. Yeah, 25 is realistic max. 30 is like, if you go further than that, you might just be burning money, most likely. So hello, MK Jess, and thank you for the like. Greatly appreciated. If you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the channel. So hello, Garrett. Welcome, welcome. Do I save, bank the logs, or just buy? I bank all the logs. And I bank some of them. I will be banking a lot more, if not all of them, starting at tier 4, though. The reason I've been kind of scrapping a lot of these is for better XP, because we're only at the lower tier. But the second we get to tier 4 and higher, which we will have access to starting tomorrow, I will be banking most of them, if not all of them. Just because that starts to get to the 199 territory. As far as, like, good crafting material. So we'll start banking pretty much all of them, which will cut into our carpentry XP rate, but that's fine. It'll help us a lot later down the line if we do any post 200 bone right, stonemason, and I guess technically smithing as well, just so we actually have supplies to make some upgrades. Alright, let's go do the poplars. So I only grabbed one inventory of poplar because they're really bad value. They're really good carpentry XP, but they're really bad woodcutting XP. So I only grabbed one inventory just for the first time bonus for both. And then we can go to woodcutting for the rest of the stream then. Because I don't think we're doing any more carpentry to stream. So I was right. I said it would take about half an hour. We're at like, what, 34 minutes right now? But, yeah, it looks like it's close to about 40 minutes, but it's fine. But then we do woodcutting probably for the rest of the stream then. The main woodcutting goal is 125. This gets us to tier 4 logs. And then off stream, I'll push to tier 4 carpentry. So that going into tomorrow, we're doing just purely tier 4. And we will be banking everything. I actually don't plan to sell anything going forward after we finish out tier 3. Also, I will be banking the ones that we're getting right now, just because I haven't banked any yet. I've been trying to bank at least like 100 of each. And I'm only going to be banking 44 of these, so I do have to bank every single last one of these. As I have 0 in the bank right now. Are we going to be doing yew trees today? Yes, I will be doing yew trees. Oh yeah, I guess that is something to. Oh wait, I guess that is something to ask technically. Is anyone at level 120 yew trees who wants to do co-op yew trees for like a few hours or whatever that amount of time that takes? That's like what, an hour and a half? But yeah, if anyone wants to do yew trees for like an hour or so, at level 120 specifically. I'm not sure if it's worth it or not though. I'm pretty sure the amount of extra effort that it requires is probably not worth it. Even if you're perfectly in sync, at best it's like 5% extra XP an hour. The actual XP drop, I think, is like 15% extra, but there's a lot of extra downtime that makes it slower. You'll be there, but you'll be doing the goat horns. Oh, I'm going to be doing it in the leak room, I think. I'm pretty sure the leak room is better for yew trees than the horn room. The only time I ever do it in the horn room is if I'm doing gather with it and dropping it to the ground. But for my gather there, I actually plan on doing dandelions post 200. I plan on doing these 194 dandelions rather than the 197 goat horn. Because we need these for fear potions. I care about this more for alchemy than I care about this for bone rate. It's also because of the bank distance. Dandelion bank is nearly 0 time. I think per cycle it wastes like 3 seconds at most. Whereas you have to walk almost an entire minute to bank the goat horn. Yes, hello Chad! Welcome, welcome. Alright, we'll be banking these in the next inventory of them as well. And then that should be the end of carpentry today. Though we will be dumping every last knowledge point for the entire stream into carpentry. The only way we'll do more carpentry today is if by the time we get to 125 woodcutting, we have 110 carpentry. Because then I'll probably do whatever suavies I have banked. Which would be ideal, I'm just not sure if we'd have 110 by then. But if we have 125 woodcutting without 110 carpentry, I'm probably just gonna do it later. But no, we'll find out. I'm just not sure what our carpentry level will be by then. Because we basically have to earn about 9 more knowledge points to be able to get there. But there we go, look at that. Clean bank. Completely clean bank. As it should be. That's the only problem with doing Forge earlier as well as the 200. My alchemy bank is so cluttered now. It's one of the reasons I did the 200 alchemy grind beforehand as well. Is my bank is so cluttered with random junk. I might just be selling it all out when trading comes out or something. There's just so much random junk I don't need in there. So I should probably be doing the cooking bounties a bit more often. At current trajectory, we're only going to have like 150 cooking by the time we have 200 all non-combat. The worst comes to the worst, you can power grind it. At 144, like right now we have stews at 120. At 144 we have omelet. And at 170 we have bacon sandwich. The problem is you don't get any better option after that. You have to bacon sandwich all the way to 200 basically, not counting contracts. And or knowledge. Yeah, we always have a hoarding problem. It happens a lot. It is a reoccurring issue that never ends. But hey, we have a nice clean bank right now. At least for logs. That's something else I still need to clean too. My iron ore. We still have, how much iron ore? We still have, like 2,500 iron ore in the bank right now. Yeah, we're pretty bad at hoarding gold because we keep spending it too much. Like, you see I have 2.8 gold right now. We're not going to by the end of stream. I gotta go get a level 10 saw when we go do, once we get to 120 woodcutter in like 2 hours from now, maybe less. But when we get to 120 woodcutter, we need to go and buy a level 10 two-hand saw. And when we buy a level 10 two-hand saw, we are going to have 0 money left over. I just realized I have no 5% pots left. I believe this is every last one I have. That could be a problem. I do think I have a few 6%, but I don't want to use them for that. You still have like 400 gold left for merchant? Oh gosh, that's so much. That's one of the reasons I want to do 500 all combat. We will never need to worry about money again. Well, I mean, not ever again, but, you know, our need to worry about money will go down drastically. Oh yeah, there's something I want to go do when trading comes out as well. Oh yeah, also, there's no reason for me to be coming back here. I just want to see the nice clean bank. This is a complete waste of time, but I do want to say, hey, Pathetic is here. Well, we were woodcutting together earlier. Kind of funny, now we're also carpentry together. But look at that. A completely clean woodcutting bank. Nice. Anyways, let's go to Hopeport real quick. What do I need for this grind? We're doing Suavies, which have no downtime. Which means I don't need the 5% potion. We just need the 7%. And while we're here, I guess we'll go do one set of cooking. Just since we're in the area, check the contracts, do our stews. We're just gonna get a double board here too, I just realized. It resets in like 7 minutes. So I guess we'll do 2 sets of cooking real quick. Since we're already here. And maybe we'll even do a whole chef run while we're here, to be honest. Might as well. Let's do a whole run. We're already here. Let me just go do the whole thing. Oh, I only have 6 left. Why do I have no potions left? Why is every potion at 0 right now? I have 6 5% for a Hopeforest. I mean, Hopeport. Oh, I do have 85 for Hopeforest at least. There actually was more. 140 for Chapter 3, and then 97 for Chapter 4, and 1 for Chapter 5. I am so low on 5% right now. Even though you can just mass buy them. Those things better not get price hiked. Because I have none left. Alright, let's see. Oh, so I don't need the 10% here, do I? Why'd I grab the 10%? We're gonna get those away. I'm not gonna bother 10%ing this, I don't think. I don't know, unless our route's like insanely good with it. I don't think it is, though. 5% are fine. Because I'm not dumping my knowledge into anything. Well, I am, but just not anything Hopeport related. Alright, let's see. What did I came here for? I came here for all the stews. Then we'll go check the message board and hope it's good. Because we still got to keep slowly working towards 200 chef. So got to get those contracts in when we can. But after we do all the chef run, we'll go head over to carpentry then. I mean woodcutting. Because our main goal of the stream is to get 10 woodcutting levels to 125. Which gets us to tier 4 logs. Then off stream I just got to power grind to tier 4 carpentry. Which is also 125. They both basically got to get to 125 by the end of today. On stream we'll do it for woodcutting, off stream we'll do it for carpentry. Just because the carpentry grind is going to require a lot of different AFKs to get there. Like, you know, active AFKs. It doesn't matter what we do, I just need knowledge. So we could do, like, literally anything. No, Kush went all the way to 500. Which is why the money stack is so big. No, going to 200 does not give you that much, I can assure you. I wish. But no, that was all the way to 500 grind. Hello, Sir Valiant! Welcome, welcome. Man, this is sad. We're so poor on this account right now, I can't even afford 5% pots. We're actually that out of money right now. This is what happens when you don't do merchant or leather worker for a couple weeks. That's why we're going to do the 500 all combat probably. Because that'll fix our money issues forever. And regardless of what they ever do with combat, we'll be ready as well. If they had like regional bosses or anything similar. The only bad part about that is we'd gain no XP while killing them. There's the only big downside I could see with doing 500 all combat. Is we'd be able to kill the bosses like, let's say, 5, 10, 15% quicker. But I'd be getting 0 XP the entire time. Unless multi-skilling is really involved when it comes to a boss. But even then, our levels could be out of whack. Because if the boss scales based on your combat, but then your skilling component is low, you might not have enough skilling to be able to do it. I don't know, we'll have to see how it works. Yeah, bosses are not until, like, end of year or next year. Because they said it's after launch. Which is also after Chapter 5. Which is also at this point, like it's December at the earliest, basically. Like, it is so far away. I just realized I have so much stew, I actually can't even turn it on right now. Or can I? No, I got 8, 6, which is 14, 9, which is 23. You've got to be kidding me. Wait. Oh, no, wait, that's the exact number. I forgot because I got rid of the other XP pot. Wait, is that exact number? No way. 15, 23. Oh, that is hilarious. I have the exact number of stews to go do these 3 orders. I have 23 in my inventory and we need 23. Oh, that is so perfect. I thought we had 22 because I thought I had the second potion, but no, I forgot I put it away. Good thing I put it away, gosh. But I have exact number for this. That is so nice. Oh, so thank you, Sir Valiant. Yeah, we just hit 3,000 yesterday. It was a nice milestone that we got done yesterday. We're getting there. Alright, I wonder what item he wants. Not sure if it's stew, or stew. Hopefully I don't misclick the wrong one. Yeah, we'll go do one more set of stews just to go check the next board, because the next board is ready in like a minute. Even though we did have one for, what's it called? For, Sentinel. I'm not going to be doing that one because he wants like 9 lobster legs, which is just way too many. I just realized this is a double ladder. The other one's only single ladder. Wait, one more to go. So while I'm in this town, I should probably go upgrade my saw while we're here. Just so we don't have to come back and do it later. Just while we're already in the town. Because we're going to have to come back here at level 120 woodcutting. Might as well just do it now so we don't have to come back. I guess the excuse could be that we need to go do cooking contracts, though. I'd still rather do it now, though. Especially if we have an Enchantress turn in. We can literally route doing the Enchantress upgrade while doing the Enchantress turn in for the cooking chef thing. Because I do have to give her 3 lobsters right now. Gotta get back to the grind. Good luck, good luck. Well, that's not a race. You get there when you get there. Alright, let me double check how many lobsters he wanted. If it's anything over 6, I'm not going to do it. Even 6 is pushing it. Oh, never mind. We already got a reset. Perfect. 4 rays for the Invincible. You want too many of those. Tasty veggies free. Do I bother burning all my money on it? I might. Let's do it like that. Alright, there we go. I'm not going to turn anything in here, though. We'll save that for next run. Let's do the things that we have. Put these away, get our real potions, and we'll worry about this later. Yeah, I'll do the set of stews and then we'll head back to the forest. Not gonna turn anything else in. Though I will go say hi to the enchantress though. Just so we don't have to come back here later. Also, this place always gets so crowded around this time. Because this is when the message board resets. So everyone just comes rushing here. Well, not everyone, but you know, anyone doing the hourly thingy. Yep, there they go. You're hoping Andrew hears your plea of enhancements getting an enchant X option. Oh yeah, we definitely need a multiple option. It is so slow. Like, we can't just do 5 or 10 at a time. We're gonna have to do all 10 of those one at a time. It's really slow. But it must be done. In the long term, it's worth it, but it's really annoying. Something that could definitely use a bit of quality of life there. Ooh, 500 mining cape. Ooh, that'll be ours someday. Okay, after 200 all non-combat, we are so hard pivoting into mining smithing. If there's enough time between now and combat rework, we will 500 them. And if not, we'll just get them as high as they can go before then. Because my goal is to have everything 200 that isn't a combat by Valentine's Day. In like 2 weeks from now. That's my goal. I don't care how we go about it, but I need to hit that. That is the plan. We did some math earlier. I believe we have to play for about another 170-ish hours. It's hard to calculate out because of knowledge and also because all these skills do not gain XP at the same rate. We also have different XP thresholds within their own skill as well. Like right now our fishing XP rate is pretty good. But our woodcutting XP at this rate is pretty average at this level range. That's a hefty grind, yeah. 500 mining smithing is very long. Like, a lot of people who went for it, that's one of the only grinds they even have done. Like, let's go see Nerado's, like, full stat distribution. Let's see, we can check him by just going to mining. If we go over here. Nerado. Yeah, he's also done the Forger grind, a little bit of Scout. But yeah, not much else. It's basically all just all in. Mine's Matubin. Also interesting, he hasn't actually done the smithing grind yet. He did 500 mining and now he's doing it. Which makes sense. You would do the gatherer first. I find it kind of interesting though. Because I feel like a lot of people who got 500 mining actually went pretty deep into smithing and or stonemason already. But he kind of just started. Which means he must have pretty recently got the 500 mining cape. Alright, that should be the only potion we need. I don't think we need 5% for what we're about to be doing. Alright, let's go head over to Hopeforest Central. Oh, no, actually, that's a lie. Head over to Hopeforest North. This is actually closer to our destination. I must keep forgetting about this place. I was gonna say, there's no way we aggro skip this guy. Not from that angle. Does 500 mining guarantee 500 smithing? No. With trading it does, if you were to sell all of your stones that you get along the way. But no, getting 500 mining does not give you 500 smithing. Unless you're like hyper-focused on it. Oh, so I won't be doing any of these bone spikes. As tempting as it is, we will be doing Suave only. So I'm not sure if this is the best Suave location. For banking, it definitely is. I guess for dropping, it wouldn't be. But our intention is to bank these, because we need it for Carpentry XP. I'm trying to think of anywhere else we might be able to get away with it. Problem here is the Bramble. Problem there is it's too far from a bank. And it should be perfect cycle. Gotta walk a little, but it is perfect cycle. So I might have to grab some bone just so we get enough knowledge. Because I do need that to be 100% meter before that expires in 45 seconds. So I might just grab 2 bones along the way since there's 0 tile. And this one right here should be the level. Let's hope so, because we might not be able to reach anything otherwise. There we go. In the Carpentry you go. 108 Carpentry, 2 levels to go. Someone just asked how long it took to him to get 500 woodcutting. I feel like the average 500 takes like what? Probably like... It depends if you're dumping knowledge into it or not. Because the number is decently high. Because you can't even get a level an hour. So 500 is something like, I want to say like 600 hours for an average skill? Like 600-700? And that's even if you're dumping some knowledge into it and and you know, doing the AFKs as well. There are some exceptions though. I like Merchant, which is closer to like 400-ish hours probably. I think the average skill falls somewhere around like 600, 700, 800 hours. With 800 hours being something closer to like, you know, smithing or stonemason. Whereas like 500-600 being closer to like a gathering skill, or even 700 for a gathering skill. It really comes down to how upgraded your tool is. And if you're dropping or banking everything and everything like that. Also if you're dumping all the knowledge into the skill or into something else. Because a lot of skills you would dump into something else. Like when you're doing 500 woodcutting, you'd be dumping into carpentry the whole time. Wait, he didn't bother using any potions until 336? That's kind of crazy. Wait. He wasn't using any potions until level 336. He also did it with level 25 axe, apparently. Which is pretty much where I'm at. 25, 25, 10. Well, soon to be 10. I don't plan on doing too much post 200 woodcutting, though. We're gonna get 208 for the thing at some point, but beyond that, I don't really plan to do it much, if at all. Yeah, 25 is pretty much the cap you would ever want to go. The only reason I went to 30 on pickaxe is it does gain the highest amount of benefit of any tool in the game by quite a margin. Oh yeah, this area does have a pretty cool aesthetic. Like the whole corrupted aesthetic. The only thing I don't like is that it's ambience only. It doesn't have any music or anything. It's one of the few areas in the game where no music plays. So I really feel like I should be grabbing some amount of bone spikes. I feel like I'm losing out on a lot of value from not taking them. I just have so many banked already. All of which have already been dunked as well. Well, I guess except for the 2 I just put in there. The rogue 2 bone spike. Oops, what am I doing? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, we currently don't know what keep perks are going to do at all. We can't even fully base it off of what Old School RuneScape or RuneScape 3 has done either. While you might take inspiration from them, both those mechanics came after the Andrew Gower years. While he introduced like the concept of skill capes, he had nothing to do with the effects of the skill capes. So we don't really know what direction he would take with them. It might be one of the only things that make getting 500 combats actually worth it as well. Because at least initially, the 500 combat for every zone might be best in slot for combat. Worst comes to worst, it might be like a discount or something. Where you get like a discount to respecking your tree from the obelisk or something. There's one thing I was mentioning earlier is like, since it will cost you, something like the capes might be like 50, 100, 200, and 500 might be a 25%, 50%, 75%, and 90% discount on respecking your character in the chapter. Because in Old School RuneScape, I'm not sure about RuneScape 3, but in Old School RuneScape, combat keeps don't actually help you with combat. For the most part. Because otherwise they'd be best in slot over any other cape in the game. But we don't know if he's going to do that or not in Brighter Shores. Like if a combat keep would actually be best in slot combat for the region. Like maybe like an extra boss killing % or some other thing on them. But it might just be just other effects. And the best other effect I could think of is a discount to respecking in the chapter. Because the cape would pay for itself within like a month. If you wanted to respec a bunch within a chapter. We don't know how much it will cost, but a 90% discount is definitely huge compared to whatever the full price would be. It'll be hard to make it so you could actually bank things from your cape, in the sense of from the skill. Because there's too many things that are multi-skilled. Like gathering supplies can be from combat or from gatherer, for example. Like it's not always from one or the other. So something like that likely wouldn't work. As there are multiple skills where a single resource could be sourced from. I do have to say, this does already make me miss Juniper. While Suavies are good with how many activities you can get them for free, doing Suavi only is actually pretty bad compared to the average tree. Not a fan of Suavi only. My tree tier list now is Pine Tree is my favorite to do now. The gameplay loop for Pine Tree. I think Juniper is my second favorite. And my third would probably be Bramble. Bramble Suavi. Was the pine where we gathered bitter fruit? Yes. It has a way better loop than hickory as well. I believe those are pines, right? Yeah, pine. The problem with hickory is hickory does have it, but the pathing for it's a lot weirder. I was big a fan of it on hickory. Hickory has the same concept for it, but its loop doesn't work as good. It's way clunkier on them. Add a banking spell to the 500 capes like a quartermaster thing. I'm not sure if he would ever make them that strong. Because they ever add cape perks, but also add chapter capes. You have to be careful with how strong they make them as well. Because you might be able to have multiple active at once. Like, imagine a 200 all cape, how strong that would be. If it had, like, literally every 200 perk cape active at once. Also, how accessible a 50 all cape would be. I'm not sure if they would ever do that, though, but they would definitely add chapter capes. And if chapter capes actually had all the effects, that would still be pretty strong, too. Like if you had a Hopeport cape that had the 200 effect or 500 effect for all 5. Same as mine's Matubin for all 5 of them. Obviously, depending on what you're doing, you realistically wouldn't be using multiple of them at once. But it'd give you the flexibility of not needing to change out your cape. Is this one issue Old School RuneScape has had with Max Cape? They gotta be careful how much they buff it because you have every single perk active at once. I believe in RuneScape 3 you only get to choose a few of them. But in Old School RuneScape, the Max Cape has literally every cape a perk simultaneously. Which makes it so they can never really buff individual keeps too much. Otherwise they make Max Cape best in slot. Which it pretty much already is. If you don't care about DPS. If you care about utility over DPS, it's best in slot like everywhere already. If you don't mind giving up like 5-10% DPS for utility. Oh so gosh, we haven't even gained a single level yet. Why do swaths feel so bad? I wonder what the wiki's XP rate bases it off of. Oh, while we're here. What rank are we? We're currently rank 18 collection log. In Old School RuneScape. Didn't actually check that since yesterday. Forgot I still had that open. I want to check something. Why do swaths feel so bad? I don't know, they say they're way better. They don't feel way better, though. But according to the wiki, they're like 20% better? They feel like 20% worse. It's so weird. Yeah, this just says what what it says we're getting, and this is what we're getting before. This is what says we're currently getting. Which is about a 15 to 20% increase compared to before. But it feels like 5% slower. Might just be the distance between the trees that make them feel bad. Also the fact that they're not all in one room, like the junipers were. There's a lot more clicking. We definitely need these logs, though. They're way too good carpentry XP to not get, relative to how close they are to a bank. And we're definitely not doing drop method on them. They're just too close to a bank to bother. It's not worth the extra, like, 15% XP just to drop them. I do wish there was another tree in this area. There technically is. But you have to go, like, south across the bramble. And those are way too far away to bother going for. But I guess the XP rate does kind of check out, though. We should get about, like, 2-ish per hour. Which means we gotta do these for a little over 2 hours, then. We've only been going for, like, 20 minutes, so it kind of checks out. It just feels so much less chilled than the junipers we were doing off-stream. I miss those already. And of course, any knowledge we get, we will be dumping into carpentry. As we can't continue doing carpentry until we get 110. I'm not sure if we will be this stream or not. If we do, it'll be every Suave we're currently banking. Would have to be carped. But we only have to do these for 5 levels. And then U for 5 level. But there's no way to reach U during this stream. Well, U for woodcutting we will, but you know, U for carpentry we will not. I think you need, what is it, 117. And then off stream we get the 125, 125. So that we can finally get to tier 4. Because I will be banking almost all of them. Once we reach tier 4. It'll be slower for carpentry. On top of the slow that it already is. Oh, of course, now it spawns. A little late. I was gonna grab it, but then it wasn't spawned yet. Oh, whoops. Also, it feels weird seeing such a bigger XP drop for gather rather than woodcutting. But it's because it's a 166 node instead of a 115. There are a lot of zero tile bones on this route. I'm only going to be grabbing whatever the difference in our inventory is, though. Because woodcutting's the priority. But ideally, if you were doing this, you would actually be doing about, like, 8 bone spike to 2 suave only. Someone's doing AFK activity over here. I've been seeing a lot more people doing AFK activity recently, though I guess if we spend enough time in Hopeforest, you'll see them doing it. But yeah, what's our favorite to least favorite tree then? Based on our current opinion. I would say pine is my favorite. Juniper is my second favorite. Bramble suave, or even just bramble. Though you generally just do bramble suave. But brambles is my third favorite. Ash tree would be my fourth. Hickory would be my fifth. And anything I didn't mention yet is just bad. Which are suaves and, suaves and... Oh, yeah, yews are kind of annoying, too. But yeah, yews, suave, and poplar are the ones that are really, really bad. Not because of XP rate, though poplars are because of XP rate. But it just don't feel as good gameplay-wise, like gameplay loop. Suaves can be. I feel like the biggest issue with Suave is you should only be... You shouldn't be doing what we're doing now, basically. You shouldn't be just only farming Suave. You should be doing, like, Bramble Suave, or doing, Bone Spike Suave, or doing, Femur Suave. You shouldn't just be chopping Suaves only. Which is exactly what we're doing right now. Because that's, like, the one tree that's more so, like, the synergy tree, rather than the camp and keep woodcutting tree. But based on what we need right now, we need to camp and keep woodcutting it. But it doesn't seem like it's made to be that kind of tree. It's a tree that's supposed to assist with other activity. It's not a tree that you're supposed to just, like, carpet bomb. And deforest everything of. But you're supposed to do it while you're collecting bone spike. You're supposed to do it while you're doing, femur shards. You're supposed to do it while doing brambles. It's not really designed as well to camp them. I do like the aesthetic of this area, though. It's just the trees are a mile away from each other. Oh, I got our first level, 4 to go. Luckily, we only have to do these for 5 levels. Actually, how much do we have to do it at the final stretch? The last time we have to do this before 200. We gotta do it for 8 levels. That's not too bad. Yeah, 170 to 178 is the last time we'll need to do them then. And that's the really important one too, because that's the tier 4. That's the one that makes all of our weapon upgrades and everything. Though I say that, but if we're going to be needing 500s, it technically won't. There's one other weird byproduct. Also, there's one of the weird byproducts with the combat rework. Is some of the things I've been banking, kind of prepping for in that regard, might actually not be relevant. So, hello, Brighter Scapes! Welcome, welcome. In the sense that 199 weapons might actually not even be, like, ever needed. Because with weapon proficiency, you probably won't ever be needing anything that isn't a 400 or 500 weapon after you reach a certain level threshold. As you're getting there, you might. But there's a good chance by, like, level 250, 300, you're just wielding a 500 weapon the entire rest of the grind. Something you wouldn't normally be doing now. Your current appearance is Ronald McDonald. Oh yeah, that's the poll for today, by the way. I forget if I mentioned it at any point yet this stream. But the poll for today is, what is your current appearance in Brighter Shores? And that is either no armor, slash possibly hat, or, you know, like hat, cape, and that's it kind of situation. Otherwise, no armor. Some armor, but not full armor, as in just wearing like a few pieces like the hat or like gloves or something else. But not like the full setup. And then, of course, full armor, which full armor actually is winning right now, oddly enough. Full armor is at 59%. No armor is at 29%. And some is at 12%. I would consider no armor and some armor to be in a pretty similar category. I just divided it just to kind of see. Because the whole premise of it is be able to customize it a bit more with the all the outfits that you can do. You have 386 fishing? Nice, huge congrats. Yeah, we still haven't gotten our first 500 yet. Depending on how long it takes till the combat rework to come out, our first 500 is probably going to be 500 mining. Yeah, a lot of people seem to be waiting on combat. When the people rushing like 500 all for chapter 2, well, we were chatting with them some, and yeah, they're just trying to do everything but combat, just waiting for the combat rework. Like a lot of people these days. They waiting for combat rework simulator. Everything else is just prepping for the inevitable. Even if you're not prepping directly for combat rework, you know, you still kind of are in a sense. Even if not directly. Because almost everyone's pivoting to some amount extra combat when it happens. I highly doubt too many people on the day of launch of the new combat system are going to be like, okay, today's the day we go fishing. Or today's the day we go do some mining. Like, almost everyone's going to be pivoting to combat for at least a day, if not weeks, if not months. After the rework. One thing that's going to be really funny on the combat rework day is it'll probably be the day that the obelisk will be the most crowded ever in the history of the game. I'm not sure what the cap limit is for how many people can be in an obelisk room, but it's going to be pretty high. Like, if it's possible for like 10 or 20 people to be in one room like that, there will be. It'll almost look like launch day in that regard. When everyone was like doing the obelisk quest. Just from all the people respecking and trying to figure out what they want to do with their tree. There's going to be like one single tile with like 15 people on it. All looking at the skill tree, trying to figure out what they want to respec into. Like, it's going to look like almost no one's in the room, but then you check like the nearby players. It'll look like 2 people are in the room, and then you check the nearby player thing, and it's like, oh, there's currently like 17 people on this one tile. Yeah, I don't mind the combat system right now. It's pretty bare bones, but, you know, it does what it needs to do. It's a very resource node heavy combat system right now. And that's basically just like any resource node, but it just takes longer to collect. Like, it feels more like a longer resource node in a combat fight. Which I'm perfectly fine with. But then making it more like combat is good. Because these trees are so divided apart, we still don't even have our double meter yet for carpentry. We're gonna need 7 of them. So 5 more after those 2 come in. I'm just not sure if 125 woodcutting gets us there. No, we'll find out. And at 120 we head over to use... Oh, I forgot to go do that while I was over there. I was talking about that earlier, that we need to go upgrade our saw while we're in Hopeport so we don't have to go back to Hopeport. But then before leaving Hopeport, I forgot to go upgrade my saw in Hopeport. So now we gotta go back to Hopeport. Because yeah, level 120, we gotta tell lead to Hopeport. Because I need that level 10 saw, I'm not gonna use the level 0. We should have enough money. I forget how much it is, but 2.9 gold should be enough. Even if it's 2.8, that should cover it. We'll have no money left over, but it should cover it. Oh, I should probably put the bone spikes in there too. I forget we grab 3 each time. It's not a lot, but hey, free bone rate XP for later down the line. You never know. There's one nice thing if we do need like a 199 for an upgrade, or whatever we end up making out of it. There's a small chance we'll get an 89% that we can sell in the market for pretty good value. As 89% should be worth about 20 times more. In theory. Like anywhere from 10 to 20 times more money. Especially if you have a 500 variant of one. Even the lower ones, because you still need to level up stuff. But at 500, those things are gonna go for a fortune. Like any perfect 89% weapon. That's also level 500 4-star. Because to be able to do that, you'd have to do it with the bad rarity curve. And hypothetically, let's say it's a 1 in 40 drop to get one at that range. I believe that's around where it is, but let's say it's a 1 in 40 exactly. To get a 3-star, just any 3-star, post 200. If that's the case, then you'd have to do that about 20 times to get the perfect roll of 89%. And to do that, you'd have to be, so what's the number? 40, so 20. So let me just put it in a calculator just so we know. 40 times 20, just because I don't mess up the other thing. So that's 800. However, that 800 is just the amount of weapons you'd have to make to get a perfect one. That does not include the amount of material. So if you're using 4 material each, you need 3,200 of a material. Like we're talking tier 6 material. In order to make one perfect weapon. Just one. You would get 19 unperfect weapons along the way though, on average. But for the absolute elusive perfect one, it would be 3,200 material if the material requires 4 to make. And that's if you go on drop rate. Of course, you could get unlucky, or you could get lucky. Right, 3.5 levels to go. Yeah, it's not going that bad. It just feels so much different than Suavies earlier. I mean, not Suavies, I mean Junipers. I don't know, after doing Junipers the last set, it has really grown on me as being a good tree. Because it's all in one room, has like perfect cycle with the new respawn system, and it has 0 tile banking. Which is kind of crazy. I'm not even sure if any other activity in the entire game has 0 tile banking. Because Suavies and Bone Spike have 1 tile banking. It's not actually 0 tile. You have to go out of your way 1 tile, which is obviously basically 0, but you still have to go out of your way somewhat. I hope at least one thing in Chapter 5 has 0 tile banking. I really hope the banking system in that chapter is a bit better than, like, Chapter 3. Because we know it's going to be pretty mine-heavy, or, you know, cave-heavy. Like, there's a good chance, like, 70% of next chapter is a cave. Like, as much as Chronopolis is cities, about how much of next chapter is probably going to be a cave. Like, not the entire chapter, but, you know, that's a lot of chapter. That is of that one aesthetic. Also, I just realized this is the third to last time I'll have to come to this area. Like, ever. Unless we do post 200. Because the only other time we have to come back here, because we don't have to come back here for Gather ever again. The only time we ever have to come back here after the Suave tree is, for the final Bramble and for the final, Suave. Because we don't have to come back here again for Gather until, like, you know, way post 200. The same for woodcutting. But after this session, we only have to return 2 more times. I believe the Bramble was for a short duration too. The Suave was for 8 levels. The Bramble is for... Wrong Bramble. The Bramble is for... Yeah, also only 5. So it's like 5 and 7. Where's the other one? Yeah, it's 5 and 8. So we won't ever have to return here for 13 more levels. Counting what we have, 17 more levels in the corrupted area. Unless something else eventually forces us here. We have 17 more levels in this corrupted, spiky area. Between today and the rest of every grind. That's not too many. What do I think of episodic combat in Brighter Shores, making high-level gear and progression feel almost meaningless across episodes? Oh no, I haven't really felt that yet. So far it seemed relevant regardless. It just puts more of an emphasis on crafting rather than on combat currently. Because having higher production skill makes it so you have a high weapon for every chapter. To some degree, I actually prefer it this way, as it gives a reason to have multiple of an item. Though they might add untuning at some point. But if they never were to add untuning, if there was ever like a really meta weapon, you would need to get way more than one of it. You wouldn't just be able to get one and be done with it. You would actually need to get multiple. Which I actually view as a good thing, not a bad thing. Because too many games don't have enough item syncs. And one thing that actually acts as an interesting item sync in this game is the fact that you need to have one for every single chapter. Something that doesn't really come up in most other games. Because by the time Chapter 5 comes out, if there's like a super meta weapon that you need, that just has like a special attack that you definitely want to have for your like your 2-hand or your 1-hand or whatever, your bow, you would need to make 5 of them. Or get 5 of them. And it's not even counting any enhancements once they come down the line and everything like that. Like, you basically need 5 of the same item. Which I see is a good thing, not a bad thing. Because it forces you to need more than one. But yeah, we don't currently know if you'll be able to untune stuff in the future. Based on the changes that's coming next patch, it seems like they're planning on doing it at some point. But it'll likely have some kind of fee associated with it. Because we already know that there's going to be a attunement fee starting next chapter. Or after the combat rework, I mean. So that means there's probably also going to potentially be an disenchanting fee. Or a untuning fee. That or the untuning fee would basically be the fact that you have to then go pay the tuning fee afterwards. But they might add it in the future. We don't currently know. They haven't made any mention of the concept of untuning. But if it was, it'd probably just be a gold sink. Or you'd still be able to get the item back and transfer it to a different chapter, but you'd probably still want to have them in multiple chapters. Just so you wouldn't have to keep paying the fee to make it go from chapter to chapter. Well, the main thing that the system does is it makes duplicates actually worthwhile. Because otherwise duplicates would have no value, especially for Iron Man mode. Because obviously on a main you could just sell it. But even though we will be enabling trading, I do feel like it helps Iron Man mode a lot. Like if you finally get your 7th dupe of something, you can actually use all 7 of them. You don't need to worry about the other 6 being completely pointless. But I'm also under the assumption that they would eventually add untuning to the game. It would just be at a fee high enough where you generally wouldn't want to do it, but you probably still could in the future. It's just something you can't currently do, though. Because when something can be untuned, you technically would only need one ever. You would just have to sink a little bit of currency whenever you want to switch it to another chapter. But getting high-level combat's pretty easy in the current state of the game, just because there's not a bunch of enhancements and everything at the moment. I can definitely see that being annoying once they do have, like, a billion modifiers and everything. But getting a good endgame weapon's pretty simple to do right now. Especially when trading comes out. For Iron Man, it would definitely be a little bit more difficult. But when trading comes out, it's pretty much completely solved. As long as you have one of your production levels really high. Well, PvP, you shouldn't need that much of a combat for. Based on what they said earlier, you should be able to play PvP at nearly max efficiency with only level 30, 30, 40, 40. As long as you have 30, 30, 40, 40, you shouldn't really need much more than that. The only other difference would be what gear you have. Unless they do end up having it take place in a chapter. But assuming PvP is chapterless, you would only need 30, 30, 40, 40 to be at max level. Yeah, you'll be able to use higher level gear, but your level is only going to be 140. Like, your combat level is going to be 140, but you can use 500 gear. But I wasn't talking about gear, I was talking about level. Like, obelisks are likely to do nothing in PvP. Unless they take place in a given location. Because otherwise the barrier to entry to PvP would be near impossible. But that's also what the PvP leagues are for. Because lower PvP leagues, you don't have to deal with tier 500 gear. Like, the lowest PvP league might be under 200 gear. Like, at most, it would be 200. Most likely. If you're in, like, the very lowest PvP league. But as you go higher, yeah, you would have to deal with, like, full 500 sets. The biggest issue with PvP, if they do allow obelisks, is you basically can't partake in PvP without being 500 combat, though. If they end up doing that. Not because you can't wear 500 gear at a lower level, but more so because you're just at such a disadvantage that you would auto lose, regardless. Which is an absurdly high barrier to entry if they end up doing that. Is not only would you need to have 500, but you'd also have to have the same 500 as your opponent. Which I'm pretty sure they're going to try to avoid. Otherwise, only people with 500 guard could ever do PvP against people with 500 guard. Or 500 scout against people with 500 scout. Like, you literally wouldn't be able to touch PvP without being 500 in a chapter. Which, based on the system they described so far, that's not what they're doing. You should be able to do it at 30, 30, 40, 40. Rather than needing 500 for any given chapter. I just even realized we gained a level 3 to go. We're almost there. Fortunately, we're still 6 knowledge points away from carpentry level. Or, you know, the level we need. We'll get in there, though. Still find it crazy how far you have to go to get a better pot than this, though. You have 10% for Hopeport, but if you want 10% for Hopeforest, you need 364. Which is, like, double what you need for Hopeport. I feel like that's something that's going to get rescaled a little in the future. Because that is so absurdly high. I'll find out about Chapter 6, though, because I gotta do something with alchemy by then. Either complete restructuring and or new alchemy skill. The alchemy skill would be the easiest way for them to do it, because then they wouldn't have to touch the current alchemy. But then by the time we hit Chapter 20, we're gonna have, like, or 21, we're gonna have, like, 5 alchemy skills. Or 4 alchemy skills, I mean. Oh, no, it would be 5 by then. But as far as making a weapon, I didn't actually break down the time for it yet, though. That's one thing I didn't calculate out for. We said we had to make 800 objects. We know they take 30 seconds each. Plus you gotta count bank time. So let's just count it for like 50 minutes. 50, that's 100. You gotta make 800. So it takes 8 hours plus... Assuming you already have the material. It takes 8 hours plus the time to trade for the other 2 upgrades to get a 4-star 500 weapon. Is how long it takes. That does not put into account the processing them into a final product, nor the gathering time, nor the trading time. Just the final step of getting the perfect weapon is 8 hours plus trading time plus processing time per chapter. Though, of course, you can simply do the final step of that with just trading. Which is why it's hard to calculate out the rest of the time. Because with trading, it's technically only 8 hours. As you can just buy the final product that you already need. Or, you know, the final material. As well as the other final product from the other 2. Which means if we really need to, we can make a 500 weapon in every chapter within a week. They'd probably want to make triple for 1 chapter first, though. It really comes down to how special attacks end up working. Because we don't really know if you need 1 special attack weapon or realistically all 3. Because you might just be able to get away with like a 3-star DPS weapon. And then just have like 1 good spec weapon. It really just comes down to how spec meter will end up working. Or if they all individually have their own cooldown timer. In which case 3 of them would be relevant compared to 1. But if they're all basically using like the same mana pool, the same special attack pool, there's a good chance you'll only need 1 special attack weapon. And the special attack weapon would more so depend on what you're killing. Like in chapter 4, that'd be yellow. In chapter 1, that'd be blue. Chapter 2, that'd be green. And in chapter 3, that would be blue again. It's the only chapter with double blue. But that will change when chapter 5 comes out. Though, of course, depending on your class, you could just use your main primary color. And the colors I just mentioned are based on the final enemy that's weak to the color. Because technically you would need 1 for every element, but I feel like that's overkill though. Because a lot of them you're not staying on for that long. Also, worst comes to worst, you could just do a physical damage special attack weapon. And it's neutral against everything. As long as it has a good spec. Because that's one thing that you might be able to do with Cryo Knight. You might literally be able to just go longsword only. Like no other weapon, just longsword. If its special attack isn't bad, it is actually like half decent. You might literally just longsword every single thing. That way you don't have to deal with the 1 in 20 roll for the perfect elemental chance. Because that cuts down the time by 20 times less. Like that 8 hour we said earlier is 20 times lower. If you don't need a perfect elemental roll. Yeah, that's like a half an hour tops. Unless you get really unlucky. But an hour like tops. After this set, we got 2.5 to go. 2.5 sets, 2.5 levels, I wish. But yeah, honestly, the more I do Suaves, the more I hate them. Not a fan. Too many better trees out there. After we've gone to explore all of them thoroughly now. It might be like my third least favorite. I don't know, are yous better or worse than them? I would say worse just because of banking time. The problem with yous is co-op isn't worth doing. If it was, then they'd be a lot more fun. There's just no real reason to do co-op yew trees. Which kind of defeats the whole premise of what they are. It's also really hard to find someone at a given level range that could even, like, do it with you. Like, maybe push to 100, that'd be a little bit easier. But unless you're trying to do, like, the very first yew tree, or something like poach 200, doing any of the in-between trees would be near impossible to do. Like tier 2 or 3, or 4. It's because of how little time you spend on them. Like this next tree you'd only have to spend 5 levels on. Which is like 2.5 hours. Which means the most you could ever co-op with someone on them is 2 hours. By the time you both would over-encumber on XP and need to move to the next tree. It's such a short duration. So there's no point even trying to find a partner for it. Hey, Darwood's here. Hello, hello. We found a Darwood. He's dancing around. Is he muted? Anytime someone does that, I always think they're muted or something. Oh yeah, I finally did have text the other day that didn't show through. I don't remember what it was. I said, hello, Darwood. Welcome, welcome. I was trying to type something the other day and it wouldn't let me. It was like the first time I really got hit by the sensor bar that everyone keeps talking about. You're not muted, you just love to dance, all good. Yeah, I haven't really used the emotes much. Or the dance emote, whatever you call those. I hope they had some unique ones down the line, though. One thing I'm slightly disappointed with, there's no skill keep emote. I hope he adds those down the line. Now that they have a full-time animator working on quests. I hope they also get him to go do a bunch of animations for every skill cape. Because that's something that was really cool that he did back in the day with them. Well, they didn't have perks, they all had a special animation that you could do. With a skill keep emote, depending on what cape you were wearing. Oh, you were doing femur shards? Nice. Yeah, I banked most of my femurs as well. They just seem too valuable to not bank. Plus I need the bone rate XP at the time. The precious bone rate XP. Can't just be dropping it on the ground. It's so precious. Yeah, I generally bank almost everything. I've been getting a little bit more trigger happy with the drop all though, ever since they added drop all. But I would still bank. I would still say I bank like 90% of stuff. Also, once we get carpentry to tier 4 starting tomorrow, I will be banking pretty much every last thing for carpentry instead of selling it to the shop. It's simply just gonna get banked instead. Because tier 4 and above is when we start getting to the actual good material. Everything prior doesn't matter too much. Because getting to 200 is really easy. It's the post 200 that's the more time duration part. Oh, and a great part about that too is all the spare junk that we get that we don't need anymore, we could just sell to players. Or hand out on stream or do whatever with. Because right now we just have to sell it to the shop for like almost 0. But after the rework, there'll be like an extra 0 to at the end of anything we ever sell. Like after we outlevel the range that we need it. Yeah, I'm really surprised they added drop all. It's such a strong mechanic, but I thought it would be something they wouldn't add. But they did. That was definitely one that surprised me. Out of any update that I didn't really see coming, I would say drop all is probably the biggest one. I thought that'd be too broken for him to implement. But he went for it. He increases all EXP rates by so much. Yeah, Dock Leaf, I did actually drop most of my Dock Leaf. Actually, I mostly skipped Dock Leaf, I think, actually. I think I only got like 69 Dock Leaves because I had one potion in my inventory at the time. So I did like 3 sets of 23, and the only reason I did was because I did Sage. Because we banked one Sage just to test how bad banking was. We banked the second one when we did the sickle upgrade, and then we banked the third when I finally was done with them. But because I skipped Dock Leaf, I had to go back to go get some Dock Leaves for them for alchemy. And at that point, I just bought the rest from the shop when we did alchemy grind. Because even at 10 silver each, these potions are still worth it. Yeah, pretty much every potion will go for a lot when trading comes out. The only exception being 3 and 6 minute fear potions. And also 9, because they kind of have a cap of how much they can really go for. But every other potion other than 3, 6, and 9 minute fears should go pretty well. Particularly 7, 8, and 10% XP pots. Like 7% is going to be the new 5% after trading comes up. Do I think it'll be much more than the shop? Most of them will probably be around what shop price are. There could be exceptions to it though. Like the Chapter 5 pots when Chapter 5 comes around are going to go for a pretty penny compared to what they could be bought for. Also, the price hike hasn't happened yet, so we don't know exactly where the prices are going to be after the price hike when trading comes out. But, like, if a potion costs 20 to make, I do feel like it'll cost at least 20 to buy. I don't think any of them are going to be lower than that. Like, if something costs, like, 55 to make, it's going to sell for at least 60. You do have to account for the fact that you're getting all the XP from it. You also have to account for the fact that a lot of people can't do the higher tier ones. And also just the time to process it. Particularly the potent ones. The only thing that we don't really know as far as factoring in is how much does the XP that you're getting from it subtract from its value. It's the only way they'd be worth less than the shop. Is if that gets overcompensated. Oh yeah, I'm pretty much just using all my potions, unless they go, like, absurdly above what I think they will. Like, the 6.5 silver Stonewall Hill 7%. I would not sell them unless they're, like, at least 50 each. And I don't think they're ever getting that high. So I'm probably never selling them and just using them. Because they cost 6.5 silver to make. I did the math on it earlier. I think even if you sold them for 50 each, it would only be 4 gold an hour. We just don't know how high they're going to get right before Chapter 5 coming out. Because every other potion should be quite a bit more stable. The most unstable ones are going to be the anything that's Stonewall Hill. But every other potion should stabilize within the first week or so, I would say. Stonewall Hill is going to sporadically go up and down all over the place, though. But yeah, the biggest issue with potion making, at least until we get, like, automatic making machines or anything else that they might do in the future with it, there's a very limited number any one account can ever make of a given potion before it's not worth making. And any of them pre-200, that number is really small relative to how many you need. Because if the player base stays low for a while without getting a huge spike, potions are actually going to keep going up in price. As the rate at which they're going to be deleted from the game will be quicker than the rate at which they come into the game. Because that's one interesting dilemma we're going to have in a few months. If there's never, like, a huge player spike within the next few months. Is, let's say trading comes out next month. And there's no huge player spike between now and then. Like, the player base is like about the same size now as in like 3 months from now. Potions are going to be like 2 times in price, whatever they are, day 1 of trading by that point. Because there won't be anyone really making the low tier stuff that are still good. There's a lot of people would be past the point where it's worth making them. Or if you're bothering to make them, you're doing it almost purely for profit rather than for XP. And there's a couple in that category. The 2 most noteworthy one are 10% Hopeport and 7% Stonewall Hill. Are both in a category where you make very little of them relative to how many you need. $118, 2 levels to go. Unfortunately, carpentry stole a mile away. We got enough to get a level, but we still 1 level short for carpentry. Hopefully we'll get enough while we do yew trees. Because I do want to try to do all these suavies on stream. And then whatever else we need for the carpentry grind, we'll just do off stream. But I can't do all the suavies unless I get 110 carpentry. I wonder if anyone's going to make a spreadsheet for all the in-game prices when trading does come out. Because it's definitely going to be pure chaos the first week. A lot of things will be sold for way too much, and a lot of things will be sold for way too little. The wiki's even getting filled. Yeah, is anyone even working on the wiki anymore? Have people just given up on the wiki? Because every time I go there, I feel like there's a missing piece of information every time. Because I'm pretty sure the crew working on the wiki right now is really small by this point. Like, it's probably like a single-digit number of people. Hello, No Creamy! Welcome, welcome, Bosman Wall. How goes the mining smith and grind? We'll be joining you in, like, a few weeks. We're getting there. Slowly. But surely. Let's let me do some math again. Let me assume a hard limit that every single level we do here fourth will take, it will take 1 hour to get 2 levels. Let's just say that's a thing. Most of the level ranges will be better, but this is like the worst case scenario. Let me go do some math real quick. So we add all these numbers and divide it by 2 then. Which is, what? 73 plus 200 plus, 82 plus 92 divided by 2. Worst case scenario. Not counting combat. It will take us, 223 hours to max. All non-combat. That is the worst of worst case scenario. To be able to finish that by Valentine's Day, we'd have to divide that by 15. Divide by 15. Worst case scenario, we got to do a grind for 15 hours a day for the next 15 days. That is a bit higher than I thought it was. However, most things we are gaining more than 2 levels an hour. Accounting for knowledge and everything. And the fact that we have level tools and other stuff like that. But yeah, worst case scenario, it is 15 hours a day for 15 days. For us to get 200 all non-combat. You're 235, 227? Nice. Hey, you're going to pass me soon. At your current rate, you're probably going to pass me tomorrow. Or at least for mining. Smithing, not so much. But it's mostly because we've been AFK smithing every day. Not because I've actually been training it, but it's been like my main AFK almost every day. Like the passive activity. Alright, there we go. Time to get a carpentry level. Oh, come on. That wasn't enough to make it tick over. Alright, 3 more knowledge points so we can go process all these suavies. Which about an hour and a half more of woodcutting. Which works out because we actually have to do more than that, so that works out perfectly. Because after we do these for like half an hour to 40 minutes more, we then have to go do yew trees for probably about 2 hours. And that's the last grind I wanted to get done, unless I'm going to go process all the suaves. I might just save that for off stream though, we'll see. Just grab an early dinner. I think we have like 3 to 4 to 5 hours of suave we gotta go do. Like for carpentry, that is. Not for woodcutting. We got like 3 to 4 hours of them. Because you can do about like, what, 200-ish an hour? I won't be banking these though. I will be banking some, but not like a... I don't know, do I bank a lot of these? I don't know, I'll see. I need to double check how many tier 3 bone spike I have. Because these don't work on the current bone spike I'm collecting. This is for the tier below this bone spike. This bone spike is tier 4, and this this wood is tier 3. So this is not the wood that goes with this bone spike. The next one is, but this one isn't. It's a log above this log, that is. And that's the one that really matters. It's not this suave log, but the suave log after the suave log. It's probably the most important suave log. Not even probably, it is the most important suave log. Yeah, you gotta camp stuff for forever post 200. Like, when you get to a resource post 200, you're there for days or weeks. Oh, maybe not weeks, but you're there for days. Whereas every single stream, we basically try for a double upgrade. If you're wondering why we're not going as deep this time, it's because we technically did do a double upgrade. I just did it some this morning and last night. Because we ended last stream at 102 woodcutting. We are currently at 1, 2, 3, technically 4 upgrades today for woodcutting. So it might seem like we're not doing as much today, but we're effectively getting 4 upgrades within a day period. Between the end of last stream and the end of this stream, we would have upgraded 4 trees and 3 logs. Or, you know, 4 trees and 3 carpentries. Yeah, supposedly this is really good XP. I was checking the wiki rate and everything. I'm not sure why it feels so slow, though. Like, junipers felt quicker, but I guess it's just because junipers were so much more AFK. I think it's also the lack of music here that makes time feel so slow. It's something I always hated about this area. Like, the aesthetic I enjoy, it's just the atmosphere always throws me off every time. Every time I get here, I just want to get out of here. Oh, you meant for gather? Oh yeah, bone spikes are really good. I don't know, according to the wiki, these things are like 15% better than the junipers I was doing the level prior. Like the previous tree we were doing. This is like bare minimum 15% better according to wiki. And that's accounting for banking too. And the other one was 0 tile bank. In all fairness, this one's almost 0 tile bank. It's like 1 tile bank. Yeah, the problem with swaths is they're assisting tree. They're a tree that works really good with other activities, but work really bad if you do them in isolation. But I just need to get a quick 5 levels like we've been doing. So we're doing them in isolation. Oh, it says gatherer level. We've almost gained a half of a gatherer level just from random gathering we've done while doing 200 woodcutter. I find that kind of funny. It's not a lot, but it just keeps trickling up ever so slowly. At some point, we'll get 201 gather. We're already one step ahead of our eventual post-200 gatherer grind. Yeah, luckily at this woodcutting range, we only have to do it for 5 levels. The next time we only have to do it for 8, which is more than this time, but the ones that we actually get next tier are actually good. These we don't really care about that much. There's one of the last logs we get that we don't care about. This one and then the use. It's basically what I mean by the title today. Today's the last day we have to get logs that are bad. Every day here forth, we are grabbing only good logs that we're actually going to be using for stuff. But today's the last day of bad logs. Every log, the rest of the 200 grinder stuff we would actually make material out of, like regularly, as we go and, you know, get everything up. But it also means all carpentry going forward, 125 and above. I will be banking, I think, 90 to 100% of all material. Potentially even 100%. Which is going to make our carpentry even slower. But comes with the upside of giving us a ton of production XP down the line, as well as material we actually need for upgrades. For when we go do the combat grind. Especially if armor proficiency is really low. Because with how the new leveling system will work, we're probably only going to be wielding 199 4-star weapons and armor. I mean, not weapons, but I mean armor. Like our shield and armor are probably going to be anywhere from 140 to 199. We likely won't need anything higher than that. We'll just make up with it for higher DPS. It doesn't matter how good our defense is if we kill them before they kill us. Like, pretty much every build is just going to be glass DPS all out. And just kill them before they kill you. Because your durability doesn't matter at all as long as you kill them before you die. So there's a good chance you're not even going to need anything above 199. At least in the armor department. There's one thing that's actually really, really important about 125 woodcutting and the off-stream 125 carpentry is that's the main shield you need for 199s. If you're, regardless of your class, but particularly if you're not a guardian. As you could use it to upgrade any shield you have. But I guess it's still relevant for Guardians, too. Because now that I think about it, I forgot, you use that for every shield as well, even on Guardians. It's the bone that's different. But even if you're a Guardian, never mind, it'd still be relevant to you, too. Because that ash plank you use for all of your shields, not just one shield. It's the bone that changes, not the carpentry material. Because let me double check. I'm almost guaranteed that it does. The ash tree at 125 produces a... I'm pretty sure it produces one that can. Let me just double check. Fine ash log. Makes a fine ash plank. Yep, 199. That's all I need to say. Yeah, that is by far, like, the most important tree we were ever gonna cut. I'm just skipping oaks. I'm never gonna do oaks at all. Maybe, like, one inventory for the first time bonus. We're going all in ash tree. Which is slightly worse carpentry XP per hour, but it's better woodcutting XP per hour. But the main reason we're doing it is that's how we make our 199 shields for the rest of the time. So we're gonna need thousands of it. So I'm completely skipping oak. Which means we're doing ash tree all the way from 125 into 139. Maybe I'll do like one level of oaks or something. But not counting a little bit of oaks, that is... how many levels is that? That is 14 levels of ash tree. However many logs that will give us. While dumping XP into carpentry the whole time, so I'm not even going to be putting into woodcutting. Because I gotta keep dumping into carpentry until we're level 125 carpentry. Because it's the level you need to actually process all those planks. Will tree choices be allowed to be changeable? Or once you make a choice, it's locked? What do you mean by that? Will tree choices be allowed to be changeable? You mean for the queuing system? Because you can change them by canceling it and then re-clicking it in a different order. I'll show you what you mean by changeable. Oh, the combat tree. Oh. Yes, you can respec your combat tree, yes. They're not permanent. Respecking will be free the first few weeks, but then it'll have some kind of charge to it. Because then it'll act as like a gold sink. We don't know how much it will cost to respec, but for the first few weeks, it'll be free. Like, you know, after the update. But it will eventually be a mini gold sink. Assumably about 1 silver per point reallocated, but it could be any charge. We don't know. But for the first few weeks, it should be completely free to respec as many times as you want. Alright, level and a half to go. And then we say hello to you, tree. But before we do, I do need to go upgrade the axe. Since I forgot to do it earlier. It's not going to take that long, though. Though it is annoying I have to do it one upgrade at a time, 10 times in a row. We should have enough money for it. Let me go double check just in case. How much is Enchantress? I know it's like 2 point something. I think it's like 2.8. Like, we're going to have like 0 gold after. Wait, you don't show the shop? There we go. Oh no, it's only 2.58. Or, you know, 0, whatever you call that number. It's 2 gold. No, we'll have plenty of gold then. It's 2 gold for the upgrade. 2.05 was the number I was trying to say. I kept saying 2.5, but I meant 2.05. Could have sworn I was closer to 2.8 though, but apparently not. But 2 gold's perfectly fine. We could barely afford it. But we can afford it. Not sure I'm affording the Gatherer tools, though, when we go back to Gatherer. I could buy the level 2 for this, but I don't have the money. Or the level 10s. We need like 5 gold to be able to go back to Gatherer properly. He's in like one more level, we're going to need to go to the pond thing. Yeah, I need 5 gold before I even get back into properly doing Gatherer. I'll need to either do Fisher to go get some gold or something else. Or maybe some of the little bit I will get from selling carpentry. But we somehow have to scrap together 5 gold to finish 200 forager. It's not required, but it'll save probably around 3 hours getting that 5 gold. It would actually save so much time that it'd be worth going out of our way just to do Leatherworker at a bad XP range than it would be to do it without the upgraded tools. But hopefully we make enough from doing Fisher that we won't matter as much. Because everything that you get for Fisher Synergy does not require anything other than trowel or nothing. You don't ever need net or the secateurs for fishing if you're doing fishing forager. Because right now we're at eel puffer, which is just pure money. But then at 112 when we go back to normal fishing, we never need the other 2 tools for that. All the way to 200. So make it 200 Fisher first then. Just so I can fund 200 Gatherer or Forager, I mean. Without having to go on my way to go do like Merchant Leatherworker or something. Because ideally for Merchant Leatherworker, I would want to do Merchant all the way until 239. I don't know, if we ever feel really ambitious one day, it would take about 11 hours to go get that. One day of nothing but doing Merchant. I would be able to go get our Leatherworker money. In all fairness, we'd make so much money from doing Merchant during that duration that it wouldn't even matter. Because during that duration, we'd already have made like 12 gold or something. If not slightly more. Which would have already covered the 5 gold we needed. Hello, Noctix. Welcome, welcome. How are we able to grind this much? I don't know, we haven't gone too much yet. We're like a little over 1,000 hours. I don't know, I enjoy the gameplay loop. Hello, Chino! Also, congrats on 3rd place, by the way. Technically 3rd. That counts as third to me. But congrats on third place. Yeah, currently we're working on 125 woodcutting. Today's the final day we have to deal with any tier 3. Which is good because once we move on to tier 4, I will be banking every last carpentry supply from tier 4 onwards. Oh, I'll use the 7% on the next one. And then we'll wait for the double to go to 110 carpentry. I don't know, we'll need to see what the damage is by the time we get back to our bank. Oh yeah, by the way, I checked how many potatoes we had the other day. We got a lot less potato than I thought we did. We only had like 135 or something. It was like less than 200. I thought we got way more potatoes than that yesterday. But apparently not. When we did the forager grind the other day, we only ended up getting, like 135 potato. It sure seemed like it was way, way more than that. But I guess that's what happens when you only grab like 6 per inventory. Alright, there we go. 2 more knowledge points so we could go and actually process all these. And we'll easily get that when we go to U-Tree after this. And about 1 more level. Hey, Chino, by the way, what are you grinding these days? I don't remember what you said earlier. If you even said anything. Because you finished 200 all, so now you could be grinding like anything. Oh, you're trying to get the venture? Nice. 231 merchant at the moment. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, we were just mentioning earlier, we should probably do some more merchant because we need the money from it. Because we keep running out of money. I have 2.8 gold and I'm about to go spend like another 2 gold to go upgrade my soul to level 10. Which reminds me, is there any other upgrade I didn't get? Yeah, I didn't even get the secutors either. The tree loppers. Well, it's because you don't need those until post 200, so I figured might as well save the cash for now. So we're not going to need those for a little bit. I do eventually want to get them, but it's not needed to post 200. The next tool upgrade is 142, so we still got a little ways. Don't have to worry about that until the weekend. And then the only other cost we really have for pretty much maxing out 200 all is 5 gold to get these 2 to level 10 and all the upgrades in between. Still not sure how we're scrapping together that 5 gold though. I'm just hoping we get enough from 200 Fisher and the rest of the carpentry that we're selling up to level 125. Because otherwise we're going to have to go take a detour and do merchant for like a day or something. Better save it for a Monday stream, because we should only need like a few hours of merchant by then. Because 5 gold's not that hard to get. It's just hard to get when you're not doing any moneymaker. Or any good moneymakers, just like. These are way too low level to be making good money. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be nice because the first time we get to hit tier 4. And I do plan to save everything tier 4 and above. Similar how we been doing for mining and everything. As well as gatherer. Like anything tier 4 and above I plan to keep 100% of. No selling, no dropping. Yeah, 1 level to go. So close, yet so far. How badly I just want to put the next knowledge point into it. Tempted. Very tempted. But I can't because I need to put 2 into carpentry. I don't know, we'll see. If we're within 1 knowledge range at 119 by the time this hits 100%, I probably will. Just because we're easily going to get 2 while doing 5 levels of use. Like it's guaranteed to happen. Which means, since the end of last stream to the end of this stream, we would have gotten 4 log upgrades and 2 carpentry upgrades. And a little bit of carpentry that we're behind on those do off stream. I do want to do some amount of the swaths we have now, though. I just don't think, even if I do all of them, I don't think we have 117 banked. Like, at best, we get to, like, 115. Where am I going? Going to the tree when we have full inventory. That is not where I want to go. Hello, storage rift. You've been burnt out for a little while, but now that you're at work, you feel the sudden urge to play. That's kind of funny. I feel like getting Steam Deck has made me play more, but stream less, oddly enough. Not sure how that worked out. The Steam Deck is just so chill to play it on. While doing, like, literally anything. It somehow has made me more productive rather than less productive. But the main reason we've been streaming less, though, is we're kind of getting to, like, the big wall grinds. Like, our next week is literally nothing but what we're doing now. Just doing a ton of woodcutting, then doing a ton of carpentry, then doing a ton of woodcutting, then doing a ton of carpentry. And after we finish all these 200s, we're going to do mining, then smithing, then mining, then smithing, then mining, then smithing, then mining, then smithing for like a month straight. If there's any updates in between there, obviously we'll go do whatever the updates are, though. Oh, thank you, Terry. No, go check it out. I might go do it some. It sounds like quite a grind to go for, but I might. We'll see. Aren't those shinies really hard to see in the overworld, though? Oh, yeah, but you can use right-click to kill them. So that probably won't matter. Yeah, I'm still really looking forward to the future of Brighter Shores. Oh, it's a raid event thing? Oh, okay, I'll check it out later then. Yeah, I'll check it after the stream later when I'm grabbing dinner. He was probably grabbing an early dinner today. As we continue the infinite loop that is woodcutting carpentry until it's 200, 200. Until we do the same thing again for forage or fishing. And then finish out whatever's left for cooking. Also, one sad thing that's going to happen because I've been neglecting the cooking contracts a little bit, just because I can't be bothered to check it like every hour. But we're going to have to do cooking for like 30 hours straight near the end of the grind. Like after we get every other skill to 200, like, you know, woodcutting, carpentry, fishing, forager, we're then going to have to do chef for like 30 hours straight. It's going to be like 3 to 4 days of nothing but chef. Because I haven't been doing nearly enough cooking contracts to offset it completely. Luckily, we've been doing more than none, so we're not going to have to do like a 50, 60-hour grind. Bro, we're almost going to have to do like 30 hours consecutive cooking. Not all in one day, obviously, but obviously it's not. There's not enough time in a day to do that. But near the end of this grind, we're just going to have to camp cooking until it's 200. That or we could just leave it non-200. And just, like, contracts slowly get it up over time. The only problem with that is that means we're not going to have all 200 for a while. As it will likely idle there for, like, months. Because if we did it at max efficiency of just taking hourly contracts here and there, it would take, like, another 2 months of, contracts to get it to 200. Like anywhere from a month to 2 months. But if we directly target it, we can get it done in like 3 days. Like at max 3 days. Oh yeah, I already have all the leaks banked. Though I don't have the high tier link that's post 200. Because I think you need that for something pre-200 for cooking. Like at 197 or something. But, yeah, I do plan to do cooking, I do plan to do fishing and forager before cooking. I will have 200 fisher and 200, forager before then, so we'll have all the high-tier potatoes. I'm not banking most of the fish, though. Aside from a few here and there, the only fish I really plan to mass bank are the eels. Even that, I probably only plan to bank like 5 to 1,000 or something. Because you use it for some post 200. It's for this right over here. Where is it? Yeah, jellied eels at 173, I believe it is. Jellied leopard eels. You get those at 186 Fisher. How far does this last? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, that doesn't even last for post 200. Never mind. I'm not even going to bother mass banking them. I thought they lasted longer than that. Never mind. Those are useless. I might not even bank any. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it doesn't even reach post 200. I believe this is the 208 leak right here for 197. For Gatherer. I'm not sure what fisher this is. This is obviously from cooking. Grenard's too far to bother banking. Ray has the same issue unless you're doing it with forage or runs. Yeah, when are you supposed to bank? There's like nothing worth banking. It's the biggest issue fishing has right now. Is there's almost no level range where it's worth banking your fish. Like, it's literally a skill where you just poke things and then drop them on the ground. Yeah, Grenards are actually the most annoying fish to bank in the entire game, yet aren't even worth that much more. Every other fish can be routed with Forager, so it's not as bad to bank. But Grenards are in a dead-end room, so you have to go out of your way to ever bank them. As I believe they're the only fish in the entire game where you have to go, like, to the middle of nowhere, to a dead end and waste tiles just to go and get them. Every other one could be put into a Forager run. Or just close enough naturally to a bank like eels. But yeah, Grenards are the worst one to bank in the whole game. Hopefully until Chapter 5 comes out. I'm not sure Chapter 5 saves Grenards. The only thing that would save Grenards is where on Earth the second teleport is for Hopeport once it gets added. Oh, hello, Mario! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. But wherever they put that teleport is what could potentially fix it. It's the only chapter that hasn't got its second teleport, which will likely be added with some kind of quest down the line. Alright, half a level to go. We're almost there. Anyways, gotta do U trees for 5 more levels after that then, and we'd be good to go. I'm still not sure if I want to do the carpentry on stream or not, though. Is this gonna be like 2-3 hours from now? Not sure if we're gonna want to do another 3 hours of carpentry after that. I still will be throughout the day. I'm just not sure if I want to do it all consecutively right now. Like, it's definitely getting done today. It's really just, do we stream it or not? Yeah, it seems like there's a missing room over there whenever you look there. It feels like there should be a room right here connecting all 3 of those. But there's not. Like, it looks like there's a room that's supposed to be there that might come out with a quest or something. Because that helps fix it Forager route-wise. Because then you can actually route it into Forager since it's not a dead-end room anymore. But hopefully whatever quest comes to Hopeport eventually connects this or does something there. Because these two rooms connecting kind of fixes a lot with the issues with Gennard. If this room was connected to that room right there with another room in between there. And if there was a teleporter there, that changes everything. But even if it's just a connecting room without a teleporter, that would still be huge. That would be absolutely massive if that was an actual teleporter room, though. But even if it's not, just those two rooms connecting is already huge. Because it connects the Guppy, whatever it's called, the Gennard. It connects the Gennard to Forager routes. Whereas right now it's just in the dead end middle of nowhere. But now you can actually path through it if they were to open that. Yeah, or a storage rift. Storage rift would be nice too. I feel like a storage rift there would be very broken for Forager. It would fix all the issues Fisher has. But it would be so broken for Forager. That would be my only concern with the storage rift there. But I guess that's fine. But Forager gets even more of a buff. Because now you have a double bank route that you can end up doing depending on which one is higher priority. Like, you might as well just throw every Forager route out the window if they put a storage rift there. As the meta for Forager would be drastically different if there was a storage rift in that room. But the main things that it would fix is it would make racks way easier to bank by a really large margin. And it would also make most fish easier to bank. Most notably Gennard and Manta Rays. Yeah, racks are currently really annoying to bank. Like, my current Forager route is 6 potato, 3 rack, and I just drop everything on the ground. Because it's just too annoying to try to get those racks to a bank. And when I hit 112 Fisher, we're going to be doing Gennard rack, and just drop everything to the ground. Because once again, it's too far from a bank to bother. Ooh, that's a lot of junipers. When I did juniper earlier, I think I only had like 1,000. He did 3,000 of them. That's crazy. Oh, he's way higher level. I think he's post 200 or something. Which makes sense. Yeah, I only ever banked, I think, like 22. Because sometimes when I like teleport back over, I do it. Oops. No, I cancel it right at the end. When are they adding cubable walk so that doesn't happen? I'm so tempted to use this on woodcutter. I'm about to. It's because we're in the deadest zone of this, and I want to get over to use already. How much of improvement even are used? Let me see, where's the woodcutting? Yew trees are unknown. Wow, 50k more an hour? We're 20% better an hour. That's not bad. The yew trees are 20% better than what we're doing now. And that's accounting for bank time. Right, hopefully these last 3 trees with 7% should do it. If not, we'll do one more set and we should be good to go. Then over to you trees. Actually, technically we should teleport away and then go over to you trees. I'm not even going to bother banking if we're not in that cycle yet. Because we're going to pass the U-tree bank. Going to U-trees. Though if we end right over there, I might as well just go bank. Nope, we're out of here. Over to Hopeport. We're out of here. 120, it's over. We only have to do Suavies one more time for 8 levels. On our way to 200. Right, there we go. U-logs have been unlocked. And if we do those for 5 levels, that will be 4 upgrades in one stream. Well, maybe not one stream, but in one day. Some of that was off stream. Which is way more ambitious than our normal 2 upgrade. I kind of went crazy with it last night and this morning. Because I really wanted to start pushing the 200 all grind already. So we can start focusing on anything. Hey, a chunk account. It's right on this chunk border. Alright, let's go enchant this 2-hand thing. 2-hand person soul, thank you. It's gonna do it to level 10. Oh, that's a big soul. She's moving it towards us. Oh no, she's gonna kill us with the saw. She's just gonna levitate it and just move it forward. Luckily we're wearing plate armor. Hey, that's about our poll today too. See, this is why you wear full armor. What if she lifts that up and like moves it towards us? She could kill us so easily. Just do them all and drop. I am actually going to be banking them just because I need the carpentry XP. I don't actually need these U-poles. I'll be selling almost all of them. Other than maybe like 100 of them. But this is for the carpentry XP more so than anything. The reason why we're going to be banking them. But it is technically my highest gatherer node I could be doing right now, though. The only problem with that is we'd be gaining a lot of gather XP that I don't really need. In the sense that I'm not really in a rush to get to like 208 gather, or 224, or 248. Even though all those numbers are relevant. Like, it's not a grind we really need to be getting done at the moment. If we can get it for free while we're doing like the pines or something, I don't mind. But I just feel like we're giving up too much carpentry XP. There's also, I believe, slightly worse woodcutting XP per hour. It's more overall XP per hour. But it's 0 carpentry XP and slightly less woodcutting XP. If we do drop all goat horn. But the big upside is you get a lot of gather XP. Because that's the best thing you could be doing right now for gather XP at this level range. Seems better buying the logs pre-200. I wish I could. With what money? As we have less than 1 gold. I can barely even afford this saw upgrade. I did get to level 10, right? Yeah, we did. You forgot that we're poor. Or we're living on the poverty line right now. If the number could go negative, it would. Oh, there's only 2 trees in there. I thought there was 3. That's fine though. As long as they're perfect cycle, which they should be. As I keep thinking we could do it from this side, but because you can't jump up, you have to do it either from the top or bottom. It's one of the reasons why doing co-op here is so bad. Is at least for fish, you can kind of set it up quicker. You have to walk a mile to do co-op properly for these. Like, your other co-op partner has to walk all the way over there, an extra 3 tiles. Just to get to the point where you would get the XP drop. There's one thing that does work pretty nice with the 23 inventory here. Is we'll do 5, 5, 5, 5, and then grab all 3 of these, bank, and repeat. The only slight issue I could see is these 3 trees might not respawn by the time we go bank. That's the only slight downside of that. So did we not get a 2-hand soul upgrade? I just realized we're still only on level 1 soul. Did we like skip one or something? Because our loppers at like level 3. Our other things at like level 3 as well. The other are the ones at level 2. When on earth do you get the level 2 upgrade for this thing? Hello, Saul? Go up, Saul. Do you never get an upgrade? Where are you? Wait, does co-op Saul not have an upgrade? Wait, what? Is that really a thing? Hello, Peter. Welcome, welcome. I never noticed that. Why? They're leveling your touching apple skill. Nice. Yeah, we're trying to get 200 for woodcutting carpenter over the next week or so. Now we're back to basically being Hope Port locked. Ideally, these will respawn by the time we come back. Oh, they do. Oh, that's huge. They actually do. There's like just enough time to drink an XP pot too if you wanted to. Not sure if we should be though. But we could. Yeah, that works out pretty nicely then. Oh, I gotta do this all the way to 125 then. And then we'll determine if we're going to be doing all the carpentry or not. But I might just end it at the woodcutting. It's still going to take us like a solid 2 hours. I will start the swaths though. Or we're definitely not going to do the whole like 700-800 pile that's in the bank or whatever it is. Like we are doing them, just not all right now. I will go touch the pile, though. Because we can start touching it in 2 more carpentry levels. Oh, sorry, 2 more carpentry knowledge points, I mean, not 2 more levels. I only need 1 more level. Technically half a level. But this is the final dead tree that we ever need to kill. Every tree after this is actually good material. This is the final one that isn't good. Though, given that they have co-op skilling in the game, I really hope we get boss skilling in the future. It's something else RuneScape actually did pretty well. I feel like the example I always give is Volcano. It's basically a mining minigame where you get a bunch of smithing supplies. But it's basically a boss fight, but you just gain skilling, XP, and skilling supplies from it. It'd basically be like if there was a boss in Chapter 3 that only gave you mining, bone right, smithing, and stonemason XP while fighting it. Not even mine fighter. Just the other 4. Or the other 3. Or, you know, mining plus the 3 productions. I still really want that at some point from Chapter 3. Like some kind of animated bone boss, metal boss, and stone boss. That you use like mine fighter, miner, plus the corresponding production skill for. Either as like a trio boss or, you know, individually. Because then you could just make one weak to each element. Make the bone one weak to green. Make the metal one weak to blue. And make the... well, I guess you would technically do it the other way around. I don't know, would you make them weak to what they are or what they aren't? Because from a drop table perspective, it would make most sense if they're weak to, you know, green, blue, and yellow. But it would also make sense if they were weak the other way around. Or the stone one's weak to green. The metal one is weak to yellow. And then the bone one is weak to blue. Or from a drop table perspective, it would make more sense if they were weak to their corresponding thing. Green to green, blue to blue, and yellow to yellow. There's something we didn't do a poll on yet, though we were talking about slightly earlier stream. We never did a poll on if people are actually going to do PvP when PvP comes out. We've had polls where PvP come out, but it always seems like the least voted for thing. Like every poll we've ever done where PvP was any option for anything, I feel like it's been the lowest option every time. Not sure if it's just because everything else is more hype than it, or because everyone just doesn't want PvP. Or doesn't really care about it too much. My biggest issue with what PvP will be in Brighter Shores initially is more so, it might just be literally for making currency and a leaderboard. And if there's no cosmetics or actual drops that you get from it, I don't really see much of a point in doing it. Other than just trying it for a few days just for fun. But what we currently know about it, there doesn't seem much replay value to coming back. Unless you just want to grind like PvP leaderboard. So one thing we should technically do after we knowledge twice, We actually do need to go back to carpentry, don't we? I just realized. Because otherwise we're losing out on value every single time we keep putting it on it. Oh no. I'll go check what the damage is at that point. Dude, I didn't think about that just now. Once we have 2 more knowledge meter, at this point 101%, basically 1 more meter. We actually have to go do carpentry. Because if I don't, we're wasting XP that we'd be getting from knowledge by not doing carpentry first. Since we're dumping all of our knowledge into carpentry anyways. So we'd want to use whatever banked XP we can use first. Which is slightly bad. Because that technically means the next thing that we should do after this meter hits 200% is go do carpentry until we have nothing in the bank. Other than U-logs, which we can't use until 117. But the best strategy would be to go use everything that's still left in the bank. That isn't U-log. Which is however many Suavies we just got. Could be 300, could be 400, could be 500. Could be 1,000. I'm not sure how many we just got. If I had to guess, it felt like around 500 to 600. But it could be more. Yep, Zapero's here. I wonder where he's grinding right now. Obviously something in this area. Based on that direction, the fact that he wasn't in this room, he's probably banking goat horn then. There's nothing else from that angle that I'm aware of. Also, tonight I'm going to be doing so much AFK ash trees at 125 woodcutting, by the way. If our woodcutting level is magically like level 130, 140 tomorrow, you know what we did. I'm going to be AFKing ash trees so hard later today. Or, you know, active AFK. Last I checked, it was a 1 minute AFK as well. Because the room is so big. Oh wait, I'll be using the small room though. So it's probably like a 40-second AFK. It's still pretty good though. Bank's not as good as Juniper, but it's close enough that it's not that big a deal. It is a bit weaker than Juniper Bank though. There's one thing I need to keep putting into consideration with the XP rate is how much of a buff we actually have from our tool. Because every single time I keep looking at the XP rates on the wiki, that's the XP rate counting no tool upgrades at all, like literally 0%. So sometimes when a tool has a different percent, we need to calculate out for it differently. Like, for example, this thing's 4% compared to this thing's, you know, 15%. 11% higher. These are still better even accounting for that, though. At least at this level range, but that might not always be the case. But his current level ranges, yew trees are better. And honestly, even if they're not, I might still need them for their material. Like, tier 4 yew trees I might have to do just because I won't be doing tier 5 ever. As tier 5 requires 310, let's see. Tier 5 requires 310 woodcutting and 315 carpentry. So I'm probably doing tier 4 yews, even if they're worse XP than swaths. Just because I won't have tier 5 for forever unless we buy from a shop or another player. Unless I plan to get over 300 for woodcutting carpentry sometime soon, which is not happening. So we actually do need to do tier 4s, even if they're worse than tier 4 Suavi. Well, the problem with the wiki rates... Well, not that it's a problem. But, they're a bit hard to calculate if you were to add info to the wiki. In the sense that, you'd have to account for how many logs you get. Like, you have to account for how many you're getting, not how much XP you're getting. If that makes any sense. Because all the wiki rates assume no tool upgrade. So you can't do it based on XP, you'd have to do it based on number of items obtained. Oh, so the wiki generally does a pretty uniform method for each one. It generally doesn't use advanced methods for anything. It normally just does like the most streamlined method for each. Because I know when I was calculating out for iron ore and carbonice, the numbers were like way off compared to what was on the wiki. Because the way that we were doing it was quite a bit different. The carbonice banking was 20% better than what was on the wiki. Even when discounting for the XP rate that we're getting from the tool. And iron was about 10% better than what the wiki had. Even when accounting for the tool. Or, you know, even when equalizing both of them. But just because they're banking it 24 at a time, I think, or something. Rather than doing any, like, drop pickup method. Hello, villain! Welcome, welcome. I know, I still have pretty high confidence in Andrew Gower in the future for the direction of the game. It's just in really, really early development. When he said early access, he wasn't kidding. He really meant early access. But now the game will get there. It's gotta be patient. I don't mind grinding what's here for now, though. But I do feel like a lot of people's expectations for the game was way too high. But personally, for me, it was everything I wanted and more. It just needs a lot of development before it really gets there. But the core of what it is personally what I was looking for. So I wasn't really disappointed at all. Yeah, no creamy, that sounds about right. Because I think the wiki mentions like 400 something, like 490-ish, for like somewhere around there. But yeah, I was also getting somewhere around the mid 550. I forget the exact number, but it was somewhere around the mid 500. Yeah, the wiki only mentions 497. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier when I said it was 10% better. Because that's 10% better. But yeah, the rate that you can actually get is 10% better than what the wiki mentions. And it's about 20% better than what the mentions for Carbonese. You hate how the map is sectioned off? I don't know, I haven't really mind the whole room section too much, personally. It's something I generally don't even pay too much attention to these days. I just look at it as a unique aesthetic. Because I'm personally not big on open world games, so the fact that it's not as open isn't really like a negative for me. As open world games generally, my biggest issue with them is they have too much choice. Whereas the slightly more grouped sectioning of Brighter Shores makes it so you have like a really obvious objective. Like when you're in Hopeforest, it's very obvious the 4 skills you need to be working on. It helps sections things off so you don't get overwhelmed by the entirety of the game. Especially by the time this game has like 10, 20 chapters. Is when you get thrown into an open world game, like you get like too much choice at once often. And then I just don't want to play. Because there's too many options. Whereas the second you get put into Hopeport, there's only 5 things you could do, ever. Doesn't matter if there's like 30 chapters in the game, there's only 5 things you're going to be able to do in Hopeport. So you don't get overwhelmed by the rest of the game all at once. Oh, no! Gosh, I wish there was a way to queue a walk so badly. I still keep moving a walk before the action actually finishes. Thinking like, oh yeah, it'll queue. No, it won't. It's actually something that hasn't gotten an update since they launched it. Hopefully they'll do tweaks to it in the future though. Queuable actions, that is. It works, it's really, really useful. It's probably one of my favorite updates since launch. But like a lot of things, there's a lot of small tweaks that it needs. Queuable walks being one of them. I don't know, I feel like the main advantage of having every chapter divided the way it is it just helps give more of a focus to whenever you're in an area. Like, you know, whenever you see someone in Hopeforest, they are only training one of these 4 skills. Like, it makes it a lot more obvious what someone's doing. Like, when we saw what's-his-name banking earlier, we knew he was doing Goat Horn, because it's the only thing that you could be doing from that direction. Like, it makes everything a lot more obvious, like, what you need to do at a given time. What everyone's currently doing. Even if they're just moving from location to location, you pretty much already know what they're doing. But yeah, this game's definitely not open world. But to me, that's not really a negative. Yeah, the map is a lot more hub area based. I believe they also did this for load times and everything. To help with load times. But you always have to go through a mini loading screen whenever you go between chapters. So to some degree, this whole chapter is loaded at once, but only this chapter. And technically, even less of it is unloaded. Because technically only your loaded room is loaded. But everything else around this is like pseudo-loaded. And then when you go to a different chapter, it does the same for that area. Where the only thing fully loaded is the room you're in. But the entirety of your chapter is like semi-loaded. Or at least the rooms around you. I think it does up to like 2 or 3 rooms around you in like Fade. Or is it just 1 in both directions? Actually, it looks like it is just 1, isn't it? I never really paid much attention to that. You'd only see 1 faded around you. I always thought it was 2. I don't really pay attention much to it since I'm just focusing on whatever our current chunk is. And I don't really mind it, because I feel like the same thing happens in RuneScape anyways. Like, look at how small of a chunk our current RuneScape guy is in. Like, yeah, you can see a bit further and everything. But this is our chunk right now. We're in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm in an 8x8 square. Moving from 2 tiles over and over again. That is his entire life for the last, like, 3 to 4 months of gameplay. Because I still haven't gotten woodcutting pet. But that's been our guy for over 1,000 hours for 3 to 4 months. He's been by an 8x8 square on 2 tiles. And he hasn't moved. Yeah, we're locked. That's even smaller than what we're doing now. It just doesn't look like it because of render distance and everything. But it's effectively the same thing, if not even smaller. It just visually looks a bit bigger. But in actuality, it's even more claustrophobic than what we're doing now. Like, size-wise. Yeah, until pet. Then I'm probably going back to free-to-play and just doing Castle Wars grind. Until we have full golden armor. And then we'll probably rebuy membership if they figure out what's going on by then. But I am canceling membership for at least a couple months, if not half a year. Until they get their stuff together. Or unless Varlamore Part 3 looks really good. Like, so far I've enjoyed Varlamore a lot. But if I do, I'm probably just going to bond it up for 14 days rather than buy a month of membership or something. I just realized we can go back to carpentry now. Oh no. Should we? I think we have to. Oh no. We gotta go do carpentry now. Unless this doesn't give us enough XP. Oh, we gotta go back to carpentry. Oh no. We just re-unlocked the carpentry skill. Whoops. Okay, I'll go check the damage after we go do these logs. I'll go get a full inventory of views, and then I'll go and check what the damage is. There we go. We've re-unlocked carpentry. That's not necessarily a good thing, though. I think we have to do like 3 hours of carpentry. Oh no, do we bother streaming it? Oh no, we might. We'll see. I gotta go do it after this potion goes away, though. I'll just do like one last inventory views and then go tele over. Gotta at least use 1 more minute of this XP pot. We have to keep in mind, render distance for RuneScape is pretty low. The only reason why it seems high is because of RuneLite. But they are doing an update in the next year or two that's going to be making it a lot bigger. But actual render distance is like absurdly low in old school RuneScape. It just RuneLite makes it way longer. Yeah, the first few months I came back to RuneScape at the 10-year anniversary 2 years ago. I did start on the official Steam client. But, yeah, eventually it was basically forced to have to do RuneLite. It's just too broken to not use. There's actually one stance I'm actually extremely in favor of for this game. Brighter Shores actually bans all third-party clients. Which I'm actually in favor of. Like, I still use RuneLite literally every single day. But it's because you're basically forced to have to because it's so ridiculously broken compared to a normal client. Oh, someone's about to go pick their class. We haven't seen any of these people today. Let's see. Mary Jane 420 with a green shirt. There's no way they're not picking Guardian. They literally have 420 in her name. They're gonna pick Guardian. I kind of want to wait and see now. That's the first person we've had today that's actually picked their class. But there's no way she's not picking Guardian. That's like 90% chance right there. It's like 80% Guardian, 15% Hammer Mage, and 5% Crown Knight right there. The only problem is they're going to pick their class too slow. Because we're going to teleport away in like half a minute, and they will take way longer than that. Even if they mash through everything. Oh, you can't pet the bunnies. I never noticed that. No petting bunny mechanic. Also can't pet the birds. I like the way they move around. Yeah, we're out here. Let's go check the damage. Now the question is, do we go... Hey, told you, Guardian! Called it! Oh, they went pretty quick. They must have mash clicked. It must be an alt account or something. Yeah, you don't have a name like that and don't pick Guardian. They even had a green shirt and everything. Alright, we're out here. By out of here, I mean we're teleporting from Hopeforest to Hopeforest. Oh, actually, that's not true. I need a 5% XP pot if we're about to go do this. Oh, so I hope I have some banked. I think I do. We have like 70 or 80. I think the only reason I don't have them on me was I was trying to save a spot. Oh, not where I want to go. Alright, show me the 5% XP pot. Alright, good. We still have like 80 something. That'll be fine. I just grab them all. Just so I know the exact number we have remaining. That Mighty just got back from his AFK. What our potion he's making? Oh, wrong way. Alright, moment of truth. How many swabs do we have in the bank? Because I technically have to do every last one of them until we go back to woodcutting. Otherwise, we're missing out on free carpentry XP. Alright, how scary is this number? If it's under 500, that's very doable. If it's bigger than that, that's a little scary. Hey, Kale's here. 555. Slightly over, barely though. Still slightly scary. It's basically 2.5 hours of carpentry. Even more if I bank some. Which I will be banking like 100 of them. So it's like 3 hours of carpentry. Ouch. We've been streaming for like 4 hours. Oh no, do we bother streaming them all? We'll see. We'll definitely do some and see where we are after a little bit. But the most efficient thing to do right now would be to go run every last one of them before we start dumping carpentry XP into it again. Well, we still would while we're doing it, but I need to use all the banked XP we have available right now. So whenever we do throw knowledge into it, we get a better XP rate. Since we're going to have to do these anyways, it's better to do it now and then get better XP rate from it. But today's the last day we ever have to deal with tier 3. Who knows, maybe it is enough to reach U-Pole. I don't think it is, though. Yeah, we didn't get the first time bonus yet. Let's see. How much XP is that? Probably not a lot. First time bonus is so little. Look at that. 2.6k. That barely even dented our bar. But yeah, the first several inventories will go bank. Everything else I'll probably sell. One thing I wish I could check right now is how many tier 3 bone spikes I have. Because I believe the ratio is 4-to-1. Or 3-to-1, depending on what weapon you're making. Which means I would actually need about 1,000 of these then. Oh no. That means I would have to bank every last one of these if I wanted to do it that way. What level did these go up to? For the higher one, it's 173. For the other one, it's like 1 something. That's not as relevant though. It would have been great if we were cashing them out for XP earlier. But it's not what we're doing with them though. I might just sell the tier 3 dunked bone spikes then or something. Because I really don't need to make that many weapons out of them. I don't know, let me go check, just out of curiosity. How many bone spikes are in the bank of the tier 3 variety? Oh, I gotta go all the way over there, don't I? I wish there was a better way to check all your banks. It's a bit of a waste, but I'm really curious what the number is. Hey, Nightman's here. Don't worry, Endostites. At level 247, we'll be coming to mine you. Alright, we're finally here. Really? We have 1,842. Which means I would need a bank, technically 600. 600-ish. Which means I would need a bank about 300 of the 555 logs. AKA half of them. Interesting. The problem is how high that level goes. Let me double check the level cap on it. $167. It's still good for trying to get a perfect one, though. Is the thing. Like, if you're trying to get an 89% for either of those two weapons, and then upgrading it with other stuff. So it's still useful. Yeah, I'm gonna bank them. Because the other thing to look at is how much they cost from the shop, too, if you ever need them down the line. And that is, like, pre-price hike as well. I think they're, like, 3 silver each or something. Because they still have value because they're pre-200 with the ability to get a max 89% roll. Which we don't care about as much as a Hammer Mate, I mean as a Cryo Knight. But Guardians care about that. And if we're ever allowed to wield that weapon with like 90% efficiency or something, we would also care about that. As that'd be our best in slot green weapon. It'd be every class's best in slot green weapon. And you can still get an 89% roll out of it. Even if it's a lower tier, you just have to upgrade it with other stuff. So you know what? I will actually bank them then. Because that's at least a few 89% rolls. Which is a 1 in 20 every time you do a 3-star. And a 3-star is like a 1 in 12-ish. But let's go just compare it if you were to buy it. It requires 3 of them. 3 of them requires 15 silver. Not even counting the bone. And that's before the price hike. So yeah, I'm going to be banking them then. At least 600 or 700 of them. Which is about 300 of these. Which of course makes our carpentry XP even lower. However, let's say we can bank about a... what is it? It's like 200 logs. That's like 300-ish if you bank them all. That is 1.5 gold an hour if we bank them. Is that worth it? If someone is, if someone isn't. That is pretty low still, though. I don't know, how many does the wiki say? Because anywhere from like 1.5 to 2 gold an hour banking them. In money saved. Does it say how many you can bank an hour? Oh, it's actually less than that because of the thing. It doesn't say how many you can bank an hour, though. Does it have banked XP rate? Why does everything assume you to sell it? It doesn't show the banked rate. Because that 195 is assuming you sell them all. To this guy right here. Oh no, let's take like 30% off then. But yeah, that'd still be 150. 150 times 5 is What is that? Let me just double check. Yeah, it's a little under gold an hour then. So that's like barely worth it. Yeah, I'm not gonna bank that many then. Because banking them is slightly less than a gold an hour. From what I could tell. And like money saved. I will bank all the tier 4s and up though. Oh no, I still feel the need to bank them though. Still tempted. Just because that's our best green weapon we're ever gonna get. After the rework. Even if it's 80% effective, it is still better than the green weapon Crown Knight has. AKA none. So even at 80% effective, the green weapon that this makes is still our best in slot. And even if it's only like a level 100 whatever, we can still tune it to be better. Unless the given tier is capped at a certain range. I've never actually tried that yet. To see if you can bring an item past their level range. That's something I should probably check later. I actually have no clue. Has anyone tried doing that yet? Like making a tier 1 weapon into like a level 200 something? Because I think they cap out at like around like 70-ish, 80-ish, most tier 1s. Has anyone tried making a tier 1 weapon into something like a 100 weapon? Because if I was to test it, it would take like half an hour. Just because we don't have anything pre-made already. I'm pretty sure it lets you, but I've never actually tried. Because it might be hard capped at whatever the level range is. Which for this weapon is like a 167. Where you could combine it into something higher, but you can't, you might not be able to upgrade into something higher. Because normally my base component was always my highest level component, so I've never actually tried it with a lower one. Do four stars have a max then? Did you end up trying it? Because I'm referring to 4-star stuff, not 3-star. Like when you combine into a 4-star. Because if it is the case, then I don't actually need to bank most of these. Rather than like a few hundred just to have. Because if that's the case, only the tier 4s and up would matter. And this is still only tier 3. I just realized, in a few days, we're actually going to have level 1000 Mind to Matubin. It'll be our first zone with level 1000 plus. You had 727 mine total today? Nice. Yeah, thanks you, Greybeard, though. I need to test that at some point. Because I've never tried it the other way around. Where you make a really weak weapon strong. Because normally I just made a really strong weapon weaker, technically. But never the other way around. Like, I never tried making, like, a level 50 weapon into, like, a 170 or something like that. So I'm not actually sure if you can or not. Because it might be hard capped at whatever the tier is. Which, if that's the case, this material is useless. Any material below tier 4 would be useless then. As none of it affects anything post 200. Because what I was originally going to do is make a 89% out of it. And then we'd have a bunch of upgrade material that we can use for lower stuff, but also we could upgrade the other one even higher. I'm just not sure if we can upgrade the other one even higher. Because if you can't, it's not that viable then. If we were to test it right now, the main thing I would want to test it on is probably one of the perfect rapiers we have in chapter 1 or 2. Yeah, it could be used for future chapters. That is true. That is one thing to consider. Okay, you know what? Maybe I will bank them. That is something worth considering. Every new chapter ever, you do need to start from 0. And some of those initial weapons would actually be pretty good. The problem is our faction percent would be so bad at that range. So that'd mostly only be relevant to Guardians. Or, you know, this material specifically at that level range. But the biggest issue we don't know right now is how much weapon proficiency can you get really early. Because we don't know what weapon you can wield at level 50 or at level 100. Like, right now we know. At the 50 you can wield 50, at 100 you can wield 100. That's not how it works after the combat rework. At 50 you might be able to hold like a 120. At 100 you might be able to hold like a 300. We just don't know yet. Because we don't know how hard it is to get to weapon proficiency on the skill tree. Like how many nodes you'd have to go through. There's one thing that's still really unclear to me, though I might have just misread it. I'm not sure if your base level counts towards weapon proficiency at all. To my understanding, the way that it works is it takes your full chapter level and then just adds all the attunement after. Which means for, let's say, chapter 5, you would need 180 as your base equipment, because the level range for that chapter is 140 to 180. So with 0 weapon proficiency, after you get to level 40, you'd be able to wield a 180. After getting to level 40. Even with 0 weapon proficiency whatsoever. Is the way that I understand it. Which means its material wouldn't be that horrible, but not ideal compared to tier 4. Because this green weapon only goes to 167. Which means it would only be really good at level 27 in chapter 5. As that's when you would get the best value for it. But the problem with that is if you're a non-guardian, you have like 0 weapon proficiency for other classes at that point. Like whatever it is by default, it's going to be way too low to bother using as a Crown Knight. And even as a Guardian, you'd be using it for so little that it'd barely matter. At most, you would use it for 13 levels. Until you would replace out and start getting weapon proficiency from the tree. Maybe like 20 levels, like 20, 30 levels before you'd replace it. It's the other big issue with gear. You replace it so often. It's one of the reasons why you're going to want a weapon proficiency rush on the skill tree. Almost always. Just so you don't have to keep switching gear as much. It'll lead to a couple days where you have to switch your gear like every hour. But then afterwards, you just go run 500. And then you don't need to switch your gear at all. You just run 500 weapons. Because that's the big issue with pretty much all low-tier gear going forward. But we have to see how weapon proficiency works on the skill tree, though. But almost all low-tier weapons are just dead content now. And I was kind of preparing for them to not be dead content. But the way the combat rework's working, it is all dead content. Like, mega dead content. Like, anything that isn't tier 5 or 6. Very rarely tier 4. Tier 4 mostly being useful because of armor. Because you still need to get your shield from it. Because the shield is not attached to Armor Maker. So you still need a lot of that material to make your shield. Like those ash planks we get at 125. One of the reasons we care about them. Because armor proficiency is always going to be lower than your weapon. Like we might be wielding a 500 weapon while wielding like a 199 armor or something. Which is likely going to be the case. Where you allocate just into enough armor proficiency to reach 199. Technically 200, but you just wield a 199 because it's easier to get. And then you just go a 500 weapon. And for a lot of the grind, you would just be using a 500 weapon with 199 armor. At some point, you would probably need to upgrade further than that. But you'd be able to last a while off of that. Like, we're talking like level 300, 400. Before you might need more durability. And it's assuming there's not an infinite kiting method. Because with infinite ammo, you don't need any armor. You just keep hitting them. Your DPS might be lower, but you don't need armor. You won't need heal pods. It's really AFK. You just click on them and they die. Because if you can get like 30 ammo, that's basically infinite ammo against anything that isn't a boss. You might need to go deep into your skill tree. You might not have that to like level 250 or something. But once you do have it, it's just going to be so free on everything. Like, it will basically last until you don't need 199 armor anymore, I feel. This is likely what's going to happen. Because by the time 199 armor isn't worth using, the enemies around you should be, like, infinitely killable just with range. You should have enough ammo by then. Also, keep in mind, there's no level penalties anymore either. You would still need to keep moving up enemies because their XP rate would be better. But the drop table and everything else wouldn't really be penalized like they are now. And there are quite a few chapters that have 2 enemies that can be infinitely ranged. Or can almost pseudo be infinitely ranged because they have a low movement speed. As far as ones that can 100% consistently be infinitely ranged, you have the snaps and I believe these trolls due to the pathing. With enough speed you'd easily be able to kite them. Also, can you do it on the goblins? I think you can do it on goblins too on the height. So you can do it on almost like 4 enemies in chapter 1. Because I know for sure, obviously, you could do it to the plant. But I'm pretty sure you could do it to both goblins if you fight them from the top of the tower and just shoot down at them. And I'm pretty sure you can kite these things around because of how the room is shaped. It should be very easily kiteable compared to these, which are a lot less kiteable. Like the thieves, you're not going to be able to kite them. But even these other 2, you can somewhat pseudo-kite, depending on how good your movement speed is if you keep buffing it. But this one is definitively yes. These 2 I'm pretty sure are yes. And this one is probably yes too, because you can just keep kiting them around in a circle. So there's like 4 enemies that you can kill with infinite range, or infinite ammo in chapter 1. In chapter 2, it's pretty bad. These things move slow enough that you definitely could. And that's it. Maybe the goblins. There's like 1 enemy, 2 at best that you could do in chapter 2. Potentially 0. In chapter 3, you can do it freely on 2. Tentacles, and this thing is a completely stationary unit. Because you can kill this across the river, and these don't move. These move slowly, so that's 3. These have a weird shaped room that you'd be able to get away with it, so that's 4. There's like 4 of them that you can do in chapter 3. So chapter 1 and 3 both have 4 units you could probably do it on. Or you wouldn't need armor, you just infinitely kite them with infinite ammo. Or they're just stationary. And chapter 4 has... I think just 2. But they are both, you don't need to kite them at all. They're both just trapped. They're the spike ball, because obviously it doesn't move at all. But also, if they don't patch it, the wasps are also stationary units. They're basically just spike balls. There's a fence that you can hit through that is a safe spot for them. So for infinite ammo, you can kill them. They're basically just a spike ball with a different model. Yeah, those would be the only 2 that you could do in chapter 4. Or only 1 if it gets patched. As there's a chance the wasp beat gets patched, or we don't currently know if it will or not, though. Though it is a good reward for that quest, if nothing else. It is actually quest locked, the safe spot for killing these. You have to complete the 3-star quest, or at least start the 3-star quest for Chronopolis. So it is technically a quest reward to be able to safe spot them. But yeah, chapter 1 and 3 would gain the most amount of benefit. Assuming you can attack the 2 goblins from the tower, which I believe you can. And I'll have to wait and see. If that's the case, every chapter except for chapter 2, you basically don't even need armor. There's enough enemies in every chapter other than maybe chapter 2 to be able to do the entirety with literally being naked. You don't even need anything at all on. Obviously, you should be wearing something. But you wouldn't need to have good armor. In every chapter except for maybe Hopeforest with how it's set up. I'll have to wait and see. You do keep in mind, I believe range does do a little bit less DPS than melee though. But if you have enough perks where you don't need to go into HP or regen or armor proficiency, you could probably make up for it by having enough other perks that make up for your damage. Making range, like, absurdly glass tank range, or glass tank. Glass... glass damage range is going to be, like, by far the best. For a lot of situations. Where you just get nothing into armor at all. And you just kill all the enemies that are super free in each chapter with the range. You just do everything into your weapon proficiency, everything into your extra damage. Like, anything that can do any more damage in any way. Special attacks, other enhancements, whatever it is. It's like the only thing you would go for. And obviously infinite ammo. So you can get like 20, 30, 40, however many you can get up to. You should only need around like 20, 25-ish for most enemies. And of course the whole time you'd be using a level 500 range weapon. By a certain level range, like 200 or 300 or whatever it is. Honestly, out of everything with the combat rework, that's the one I'm still the most confused on. Or not necessarily confused, but like, uncertain how much we'll need. There's a lot of things in that regard that we don't really know. Like about how high of a level would we have to have X amount of ammo. But also how high of a level would we need to be able to wield X amount of gear. Is this no longer 1-to-1 whatever your level is? Alright, the poll's coming back to more of a 50-50. On what is your current appearance in Brighter Shores? After 30 votes, we have no armor / possibly hat and cape and everything at 37%. Some armor, but not full armor at 10%. So between the two, 47%. And then people wearing full armor, aka, you know, you're just wearing like full armor with a cape or full armor with a hat and a cape, is at 53%. So full armor is slightly winning, but not by that much. Which makes sense because I see a lot of people wearing like nothing these days. I feel like it's gotten a lot more common over time. Well, ever since the hidden ability of the transmog thing. Because of course you can transmog all of them to hidden now. I normally keep it on though. I do feel like we need a color palette swap at some point soon. We've been rolling with black for so long. Hey, Vorpal's here. And yep, he's naked as well. No armor. Actually, wait. That's not true. He has boots on. He has boots on. He's running a mix. Congrats on rank 2 total level for not being edited. Oh, is Vorpal in rank 2 right now? I did see he's in the room. Yeah, he is. Yep, Unbi's number 1, Vorpal's number 2 is in our room, and Chino is number 3. I don't think I've seen him in game, but he was in chat earlier. Yeah, there's the rank 2 non-hidden. Also, despite how inefficient it is, I still love banking everything from carpentry. It feels more productive when you bank it compared to sell it. For the same reason why alchemy feels so good when you bank everything. Because I definitely would have enjoyed alchemy a lot less if I was selling it all. And not actually keeping all the supply that we got from it. But I actually enjoy carpentry way more when I'm banking it compared to when I sell it. Because it feels like we're getting progress, even if we're getting less progress. Which is rather ironic. It feels like more progress. It's not actually more progress. A lot of times it's actually less progress. But it feels like more progress. You still got 1K ash planks for 32 carpentry? Oh gosh. Yeah, when I did the 32 carp grind, I did sell everything. Because we were doing anything to get better XP rate. What am I going to do for dinner? I'm not sure yet. But I think within the next hour I am going to go grab dinner though. Whatever we don't have done by then, I'll just do later. There's just no way we're finishing this all now. I will have it all done by the end of the day. Like, these numbers will look insane going into tomorrow. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a 135 woodcutting or 140 into like a 120 something carpenter. Ideally need 125. But ideally tomorrow you'll see like a 140 woodcutter into 125 carpenter. That'd be the most ideal thing. As far as on stream, I think we'll go for about another hour or so. Then grab dinner. You're getting pizza and wings? Nice. Oh yeah, isn't it Super Bowl next Sunday? Because we're probably going to order out a bunch of food for that. Gotta probably order from the better pizza place and get the cheese dip thing from Domino's. They actually gave a message thing earlier that said that the points that we have are about to expire. And I don't order them from them too often. But in the last year, we ordered there 4 times. So, I think we get like a free cheesy bread with it. Which I think is normally like $7-8. I normally don't order that. But hey, I'll take it for free. And with how they changed the coupons, I believe you can stack it too. So you can use like a 15% off your entire order and still get the free thing. Because for some amount of time they had it really annoying where you could only do one or the other. Which made their free offers like really, really bad. But they've actually changed that in like the last like few years. So now they stack. It's still pretty pricey, but compared to some other places, especially for how close it is, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's on the knife, yeah. It's not this Sunday, but next week Sunday. Yeah, I don't follow any sports, but I still always watch the Super Bowl. I just consider it an American holiday. I'm mostly in it for the ads and halftime show. Oh yeah, who's playing this time around? I don't even know. I don't even know who's playing for the game or who's playing for the halftime show. Or anything. But I will be watching. Eagles and Chiefs? Oh, I hope the Eagles wins then. I will always root for the bird. Also, they're a lot closer to where I used to live as well. Let's see. Because aren't they from Philly? Pretty sure they're from Philly. No clue where the Chiefs are from, though. Yeah, I've been to Philly a couple times. Actually, a few times ago when I went to see, like, my whole extended family, we actually met up in Philadelphia. And gosh, they have some good food. We hit up, like, every best place around. That's one thing that's kind of bad in my area. There's a lot of food in my area, but there's not a lot of good food in my area. Like, you can get almost every cuisine, but it's all, like, really average. I really found anything in this area that's like way over the top. At least not for like a low budget. There are a few, but you'd have to spend like a lot. Which obviously I never go to. Like, even something like the melting pot. I haven't been there in like 5 years now. It's kind of funny because the last time I was there was 5 years ago Super Bowl, because they had like an all-you-can-eat special thing in the morning, like morning to afternoon. And gosh, did I abuse that like crazy. I think I ordered like $150 worth of food for like 30 bucks or something. I've never seen that offer there ever again. But I've utilized that so hard. I tried like every fondue they've ever had. Even the vegan one. Surprisingly not awful. Gosh, at this rate, you might need to start getting used to vegan eggs, because with the price of eggs these days. It's time to either buy a chicken or go vegan for eggs. Like, soon the price of eggs are going to be so high, it will legitimately be cheaper to raise, like, 2 chickens. But yeah, lately, honestly, I haven't really been eating that many animal products. All of them have just gone up so much recently. Particularly eggs, of course. But even just all, like, meats and stuff in general. Plus, I'm not really much of a milk drinker. Like, I'll eat things with milk in it, but and other milk-related products. Like yogurt occasionally and stuff like that, and cheese and stuff like that. But actual milk, I, like, pretty much never drink these days. Like, it's actually been, like, years since I've drank just, like, normal milk. I've had milk products, though, like yogurt, cheese, stuff like that. Particularly cheese. Definitely big on cheese. Out of any product in that kind of category, cheese and eggs are probably my biggest two. Oh, so we got a surprisingly high amount of use already. I didn't realize we got that many. 161? There's so many. Oh, someone's chatting to us. Oh, every color here is as well. Got a whole party going on. Everyone's in the carpenter room. How many people do we have here? We have 18. Why is this place always so crowded? There's 19 people in this room. It doesn't look like it because everyone's like claps on each other. Yeah, I saw you there, every color. We also got rank 2 over here. Good old Vorpal. He's about to have 4,000 today. Huge congrats. Preemptive congrats. I know he can't hear me though. But yeah, Vorpal hits 4,000 today. He'll be the 4,000, I believe. Yeah. Quite fitting. But he'll be the 4,000. Alright, what level 3,000 for we? I didn't even double check the other day. I assume it was just 25th. Yeah, we were at a 25th 3,000. With KC being the next person to get it. Which is kind of crazy because he has 4 500s. Look at that. 500, 500, 500, 500. They are the easier 500s, but still, that's like crazy high. I do plan to 500 all Chronopolis at some point. I don't think we will before Chapter 5, though. I wish there was enough time to do so, though. I'm just not sure we could do 500 all Combat and 500 all Chronopolis within that time, and 500 Miner and Blacksmith. Because we're talking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 99, or 11 500s in the, like, 6 months at max. That's not doable. It's one of the reasons I was originally going to skip, like, some of these 500s. Is that gives us more time to try to get Merchant and Leatherworker up. In anticipation for Chapter 5. Yeah, Juniper's one and go. It's Juniper and Ash Plank, I believe it are two. That only have a one-stepper rather than a two-stepper. Okay, so how much have we gotten from doing how much? I think we've done about a third and gotten 2 levels. So if you extend that with knowledge, then yeah, that's still not enough. Because we'd only get to 116. And we need 117. But the rest we'd get from knowledge from woodcutting. But yeah, at absolute best, what we currently have banked gets us to 116. Which is very distinctly 1 level short from what we actually need, unfortunately. But this is why I want to do woodcutting and carpentry side by side. Because there's so many holes that you just need to fill. And it's easier to do if you're doing them right next to each other. To maximize the amount of XP that you get into carpentry whenever you use knowledge on it. It does make the 200-200 grind a bit longer, but technically quicker. Like, it makes 200 woodcutter slower, but it makes 200 carpentry quicker. Which is relevant because carpentry is the slower one to begin with. So making the slower one quicker is beneficial. Same reason we basically have to do 500 mining to get 500 smithing. Just so we can fill the gaps whenever needed. Because there's a lot of gaps in smithing. As 500 mining does not bank you 500 smithing. Unless you like really prioritize ore over stone. But then that cuts heavily into your mining XP rate. Yeah, we're down to 400 starting from 555. So we did what, a little over like 160? Oh yeah, so you know what, that might actually be enough for 117 then. Because everything banked plus that to 125, I think gets us there. Like 3.5 woodcutting levels combined with everything we have banked, combined with all knowledge along the way. I know, let's see if we go for it right now. I may just grab an early dinner though, we'll see. Because I really want to go for 125, 117 right now. But whatever we don't do is still going to get done today. So it wouldn't be on stream. Because ideally by like tomorrow morning, by the time we start tomorrow's stream, I want to have like 140, 125. We're definitely not doing all that right now, though. Not even close. Because once we get to 125 woodcutting, we can AFK ash trees pretty hard. It's not as good as juniper. Banking is a lot less AFK for it, is the only problem. But, this room right here is a really AFK cycle. And then you just have to go over non-AFK to go store them away. Which is pretty good still. Not as good as juniper, but still pretty solid. Only thing that's gonna be annoying is because equipable potions don't exist yet. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of awkward. Because we're gonna have like 1 or 2 potions in our inventory. I'm not gonna bother juggling them, especially for going somewhat AFK. That would be a really bad idea. Because that room is set up to do 6666. So we're always going to have a weird number at the end where we do 4 or 5. We're just going to throw it off every time. Oh gosh, you got 270 carp already. I assume that's kill. That's not what I wanted. Yep, that is kill. I am curious once we hit 200 carpentry, how many people have done 200 carpentry? Because I feel like that number is under like 300. Oh yeah, it definitely is. We're at 186 at 112. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It looks like there's less than 200 people with, or sorry, there's less than 100 people with 200 carpentry. As Fabo is 105 at 167. Oh, we're going to pass Mightiest today. So I want to try to get to that 125. But, which is kind of funny because I believe he's Guardian too. Definitely something you want to have up on a Guardian. Yeah, Kiel's the only person I have added who has higher than 200 carpentry. Chino and Tarek bailing as soon as they got 200. But yeah, look at that. Less than 100 people have 200 right now. I feel like that's really low compared to the average skill. Like, if you look at Blacksmith, I'm pretty sure there's like 200 that have it, right? Yeah, look. 110. And some. Yeah, that's really low for carpentry. You look at something like stonemason as well. You see it's about 100-ish as well. It's somewhat hard to tell. Because this basically comes down to like how much XP they got into it. A nice 69. Or rank 69 for carpentry. I mean, sorry, for stonemason. But then you look at something like this and it's gonna be like a gigantic number. Like, look at this. Almost 1,000 people have 200 watch person. That is crazy high. Oh, we're at the same level as he. We're both in that dead zone. This is a really dead zone right here. Or mighty's he and I am. This is like when it starts to get so much diminishing return, you might as well just be doing detective. That's funny. Is Greybeard actually woodcutting them all and then doing the planks? I was considering doing that at one point. I did the math on it. I don't think it's worth it, though. But you can do all the ones in this room, end on this ash tree on your cycle, and then immediately come and go do the things here. From what I could tell, it wasn't worth it, though, compared to just banking them at the other location. I wish it was better, because that'd be so cool if it worked out that way. But from what I could tell, it wasn't worth it. I wish it was worth it, though. Because I would definitely prefer doing them that way. I just realized I'm going to run out of 5% XP pots today. We do still have a little bit of spare funds to go buy them, luckily. We have like 1 gold. Our precious 1 gold. You're still lost after 500 gather. I'm not sure what I would do after getting a 500. Because we still haven't yet. It's gonna feel really weird once we finally do. The main thing I hate about 500 in this game is you stop gaining XP towards it. Which means any post 500 just feels so pointless. It's one of the things that still makes me somewhat hesitant to even getting my first 500s. You're basically done with the skill forever once you do. At least in the current state of the game. That could change if level 500 perk capes are worth it or something. That's the only thing I'm hesitant with when we do go do the combat grind. Is, are we actually going to go all the way to 500 or just go for like a really big number? Like almost like a 400 all kind of situation. There is one that we're definitely doing 500 for though. You know the one. We are definitely doing 500 for watch person and detective. More so because of watch person. We gotta get our dragon cape. That's the non-negotiable one. Even if we decide we only want to do like 400, 400 or something. Just so we don't over-encumber on XP. There is one we will definitely 500 on. And it is Chronopolis. Yeah, you still do get KP. My biggest concern with going too high on combat is how is bossing going to work? Because if bosses have combat XP drops, we are going to get like 500 10 times over, 20 times over, 50 times over, 100 times over. That is my biggest concern with getting a 500 combat. Is all bossing you ever do is you're going to be wasting at least like half the XP from it. Like, let's say they add a boss where you need like, where you get like woodcutting, carpentry, and scout XP for. 1/3 the total XP is just giving you 0 that entire time. If you have 500 combat. Like, your damage would be quicker. But at what cost? I don't know, we'll see though. I really wish they would change how 500s work in this game. That's like one of the only few things that I'm kind of iffy on. Because I hate the current state of 500s and how they work. As the current state of the game highly disincentivizes you from ever doing a skill beyond 500. Instead of encouraging you to start doing it once you've finally maxed it. It's basically the point where you're done with the skill rather than starting the skill. Which gives very little values to 500s in a sense. Because the value that you get from it is the journey along the way, not the actual end goal. But the problem is there's almost no journey along the way since it's in early access right now. And then once you hit the end goal and all the other content starts coming into the game, it's like, oh, what am I supposed to do with this now? I'm already maxed. Because that's one of the biggest downsides, I would say, at the moment. Is eventually every skill is going to be so much more fleshed out. But if you have 500 in a skill, every single time they add that newer content to the skill, you have almost no reason to go touch it in the current state of the game. But hopefully it'll do some changes that would actually make it worthwhile. Or give enough of a benefit to once you finally get to 500 to justify actually doing stuff post 500. Like if the level 500 skill keep perk is just like absurdly amazing or something. I don't have to wait and see. Not like broken, but high enough to justify actually doing post 500 skilling. Or post 500 combat. Or post 500 anything. Because I think after this next knowledge set, we will be calling it for now. But no worries, we will still be grinding. As far as on stream, I'm just going to go to 200% meter here. Dump it into carpentry, and I think we'll call it there. But that should be all that we need to bank at least, so then off stream I can start selling them. Speed it up a little. Because we only needed around, like 600 of these poles, somewhere around there, like 600. We should be pretty close to banking that by now. Because by the time we get that 200% meter, that should be about that many banked. I'll go check on this time around to see how many are actually in there. The 600 should be more than enough. I do have to say, though, I do wish I did the woodcutting carpentry grind before the bonewright grind. Because it probably would have saved, like, 20 hours on the bonewright grind. It would have cost us a lot of banked resources, but it would have saved, ultimately, about 20 hours. Of what would have been otherwise bonewright leveling. What pole are we talking about here? Oh, yeah, Suave. Oh, wow, really? Only 418? Oh, so how did I get so many of the other one? Gosh, I really overkilled banking at some of those lower level ranges where I should have been selling. I'd rather have too many than not enough. There's just Iron Man instincts right there. I think that was done before we realized we were going to go and enable trading. Because I am ultimately going to be enabling trading. It'll pain me to do so. As I wish I could play both, with the ability to trade and the ability not to trade. If we had to choose only one, we're just going to enable trading and just use it as we need. Some weeks we might not use it at all, other weeks we might abuse it into the ground. We'll see. But it gives us more variety to do. I will 100% make a hardcore in this game if they ever add one, though. Or any kind of harder game mode than Iron Man mode. I'm just going to wait until they add the harder game mode. We're going to be skipping normal Iron Man mode. Well, technically we didn't even skip it. All of Brighter Shores right now is normal Iron Man mode, so technically we did get to play normal Iron Man mode. It's just we're going to be de-ironing when trading comes out. Because everything up to this point is just normal Iron Man mode. We're just going to de-iron when trading is released. I do have to say, though, I wish carpentry gave way more knowledge per hour. It's really weird because when they end up fixing and slash buffing the rate for all the other three, bonewright, stonemason, and blacksmithing, they end up increasing it to around like 3 point something per hour for knowledge when you're like dunking them or doing the bones or anything. The bones being the quickest one. It's like slightly better. But for whatever reason, carpentry is still only like 2 point something knowledge an hour or something. Like, I don't even think it breaks into 3 category. It never got buffed when those other ones got buffed. Of course, the other ones got buffed by fixing a glitch, but still. They didn't actually rebalance carpentry at the time. Because if you're doing carpentry exactly as intended, like what we're doing now and banking them, I think it's under 2.5 knowledge an hour. May be slightly lower than that. It might actually be the lowest training method in the entire game for a primary training method. For how little knowledge you get. It's honestly so low that, doing drop wood cutting, and just dumping all knowledge from merchant into carpenter, is honestly almost quicker than just training carpentry directly. Which is kind of sad. But I think that's actually the case. If you do all drop wood cutting, like the entire time, like literally just drop everything from wood cutting, and then just dump only knowledge from merchant into carpenter, it is probably more macro efficient than to even do a single log on the carpenter bench. The only problem with that is there's so many other targets that you might want to put that merchant XP on. But it's definitely one way to go about it. Drop nearly everything, if not everything, from woodcutting, and then use merchant to train carpenter. Not because you're buying logs with the money, but because you're just dumping all your knowledge into it. And then post 200, you can start training it normally. With the woodcutting level that you just dropped everything from. I also realized we haven't even done half of them yet. We started at 555 and we still have like 300 something. Alright, we'll do one more set. And then like, I'm gonna go grab some dinner. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for today. Honestly, I might just order something out. I really don't feel like cooking. I'll start with a salad and see how that holds us over. Honestly, after all this carpentry, I almost need a nap. Carpentry just sucks the energy out of me. It's still my least favorite skill, by the way. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's still my least favorite skill. 484. Alright, final set. This should get us to 114. The rest of the stack hopefully gets us to 117, so we can go do all the U's. And by tomorrow, we should easily be at 125, 125. Hopefully higher in the woodcutting department. But bare minimum, I need to get 125, 125 off stream. Between now and hitting start stream on sometime tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be a lot of ash trees. Unless I overkill it, but even then, I think we still have to do a lot of ash trees. Oh! We might get to do pine tomorrow. Oh! I miss pine. I want to get back to pine. Oh, we even get a hatchet upgrade to make it even quicker. Oh, 100%. We got to get to pine. I want to do like the entirety of pine tomorrow, I think, if we can get high enough. Which means our goal for tomorrow is like 147 woodcutting. Oh, we got to go do pine. But yeah, our goal for tomorrow is 147 woodcutting and whatever carpentry that gets us to. And then at least 139 carpentry. We'll see if we go all the way to 147. That might be overkill, though. But yeah, that's our goal for tomorrow, then. What was that? 147 woodcutting or whatever it was for pine. And 139 carpentry if we can for pine. We basically get up to pine. Doing all the woodcutting, but maybe not all the carpentry for it. But yeah, I really enjoyed pine. It's really growing on me. Pine and juniper have become like my absolute favorites now. They've really grown on me. Come on, get there, get there. Come on, few more, you're almost there. You're almost there, come on! Before the XP thing. Get there already! Come on. That should be it. Cut it. There we go, got it in time. 114, 3 to go. Then we could run all the U's, and then whatever is left over, we just knowledge the rest, because I highly doubt the U's would get to 125. But that's a later issue. That'll be solved off stream. Not sure how we're solving it, but we're solving it somehow. By tomorrow's stream, that should be solved. And bare minimum will be at 125 to 125. Likely way bigger wood cutting into 125. No, hopefully slightly higher carpentry than that. I don't know. Depends how much time I have to go do it. Alright, this one I will go sell. But anyways, guys, I think we're going to call it here for now. Even though technically I'm still doing what I'm doing. I'm just going to go grab dinner and everything. But this will be the end of streaming for today. But we will be back tomorrow starting around noon Eastern Standard Time. And, yeah, continue up the grind. We're pretty much not leaving this forest until we're 200, so... really just comes down to how much are we going to be streaming of it. But, I'm going to go grab dinner. Hope you all have a wonderful one for the rest of your week. We'll be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. About 5.5 hours prior to now, tomorrow. And, yeah, we'll continue back up the grind. And tomorrow, I hope to be at Pine Log. My ideal situation for tomorrow is we're at 139 woodcutting and, like, 130-something carpentry. Will we get there by then? I have no clue, but hopefully. But, yeah, what you see now is what's going to be continuing for several hours. Just on and off throughout the day. As well as the night, as well as tomorrow morning. But however far we get there by then. But anyways, guys, enjoy your week. I'll catch you guys soon. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow as per usual. Oh yeah, on the poll, by the way. After 34 votes, what is your current appearance in Brighter Shores? We have 32% for no armor, but possibly hat and cape and everything. Some armor, but not full armor, aka if you're wearing like gloves or boots or something similar, or a helm, but not wearing like a body and plate leg kind of situation where you're doing like a half and half. And that means 44% between the two. And then 56% wearing full armor, aka what we're doing now, or this plus a hat, or this plus a cape. Obviously cape. And it didn't really count cape, I just assumed everyone's wearing cape. But you know what I mean. Like what Apathetic is wearing is full armor, while I'm wearing is full armor. But what that guy's wearing is also full armor, and that he's wearing armor just with the cosmetic hat kind of thing. But yeah, it seems to be slightly more than half. Interesting. Because I keep seeing so many people not wearing like anything. Or like very, very minimally. But yeah, apparently more people are wearing armor than not armor. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week, and I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. Goodbye, everyone.